Baddies, babes, and gents, happy Tuesday. Welcome to the podcast. It's your girl, Wisdom's daughter, and this is Bad Girls Talk. Now, you guys know that I am not normally live this early, but some news has dropped, some tea has dropped about your boy Nesto and baby. His son's words when Dion said they gonna baptize your ass. They gonna baptize that booty. We're gonna do a document review in just a moment because I told you guys in the last live that I did when Wooten filed the last motion, that was a 50-page motion. This one is a 238-page motion. And I got it. We're going to get right into it. Make sure you hit the like button if you're new here. If you do want to participate in the live chat, make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Turn on your notifications so you do not miss the next live. All right, we got that. Ain't got nothing to do with me in the building. Kiki in DC is her. I got social wife Melissa said, hello, happy Tuesday. What's going on, everybody? And I see it's a lot of y'all in the bushes. So come on in the room. Listen, Wooten took off the gloves, okay? But he didn't stop there. He put on brass knuckles, all right? Y'all, those of you 80s babies, y'all know about the brass knuckles, all right? Your boy put out the brass knuckles, okay? Because he went for Nesto's jugular. Many other content creators are also covering this story. I just got the documents about an hour ago. I didn't even get to read them too good. So we're going to be reading them for the first time here right on the channel. What's going on? Virtuous Sin is in the building. And so, I'm not always the first to drop tea, but I got it. Yes, there is new evidence. Aries Fire in the building. She said, what's the bad girls talk is going on? Hello, ladies. Yes, your boy might be done for. All right. This might be the end for Nesto. Many of us are aware that Nesto had his homegirl, Queen of the South. Let me see if I can bring her picture up here. Queen of the South had her impersonate another lawyer, a real lawyer I think she's out of DC, named April Holloway. Okay. And she did it via Zoom. We have been trying for the longest to get screenshots of the Zoom. I do remember there was one content creator way back when that had it up on the screen or had something. And listen, everybody that's covering this story, everybody under the sun has been trying to get pictures or the screenshots from the Zoom call. Well, is in the evidence. All right. Was it Aries Fire? Aries Fire asked about evidence. Yes, boo boo. We dropping all of the evidence. So I appreciate you guys being here. Like I said, I know I'm not the only one that's live right now, but I do appreciate the support. So again, if you haven't done so, hit the like button. I don't know what snacks you got. Well, I normally eat lunch around this time, even though it's late. Maybe I already had lunch or whatever, but sit back, get ready, because Wooten about to bust this thing wide open, okay? Hell is shaking and rumbling, okay? Wooten done bust hell wide open, and it's just waiting to swallow Nesto right on up. And Wooten filed this motion at 12:05 in the morning. Okay, we were all snoring and sleeping and sitting back. All right, that early in the bruh. I'm telling you, he was not playing. All right. So let me show y'all his unofficial co-conspirator in crime. Okay, because this is very important to this story right here. And then we're gonna go right into the documents. I'm not gonna belay it because I know some of you are still at work. And y'all know what I do. I talk about it all the time. And so I got to get the live up as quickly as I could. I almost broke a fingernail. I tripped over my dogs. I spilled my tea. I almost cracked the screen on my phone. All right. I was breaking my neck to get here to drop this tea for y'all. So there's Ericka King on the left, Queen of the South. All right. Without further ado, let's get these documents up. Let's take a look at it. Okay. We don't need that. And we don't need that. All right. Now, I don't know if there is sensitive information in here. And so I'm just going to put Wooten's face up on the screen. But don't worry, unlike some other content creators, I read very well. All right. So we definitely going to get through this. The real VB is in the building. She said, who did what? Oh, hell, my service is acting up. No, your service can't be acting up now. Not now. Yes, we going straight to the documents. All right. So okay, let me make this a little bit smaller because this is way too big. Okay, I'm not that blind. All right, so Wooten filed this today at 12:05 a.m. All right, state's response to defendants supplemental brief to suppress vehicle search and all derivative evidence. So in the last video, you guys remember we went through the 50-page motion that Wooten file, and in that motion was the supplemental brief that the defense put forward. Basically, you know, they were citing the Fourth Amendment and yada yada yada, and Wooten broke holes in that argument. Okay, he is about to blow this thing up out of the water. That is my prediction. But again, I have not read these documents, and so I just want to manage expectations. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna do it together. All right, here we go. Comes now the state of Georgia by and through the undersigned counsel counsel and responds to the defendant's supplemental brief to suppress vehicle search and all derivative evidence. The defendant filed his motion to suppress on September 30th of last year, and the state filed a response on October 25th of last year. See, the state's not playing. They filed a response literally in less than 30 days. Okay. So that's when I knew that Mr. Sean Hoover, sir, you were going to have a problem. He's trying his best. He really is. But unfortunately, you know, when you got Coach who thinks she know every damn thing, that's Nesto's side chick, all up in his he can't even focus on a proper defense because she is all up in his All right, let's keep going. And so a partial hearing was held on December 18th of last year, and the court heard testimony and argument related to whether the seizure of the Ford F-350 vehicle, which we have now since learned technically is Shirley's vehicle, okay, paid for with her money unbeknownst to her, that the vehicle was lawful under the Fourth Amendment. This is what the defense was saying. At the conclusion of testimony and argument, the court directed the parties to file supplemental briefs related to what, if any, of the state's evidence would constitute, quote unquote, fruit of the poisonous tree. If the court ultimately ruled that the seizure of the Ford F-350 was unlawful. I do air quotes with the fruit of the poisonous tree because that is straight up Wooten being petty. Wooten is my husband in another life. Okay, he is petty like me. I've been called the petty queen. I'm working on myself. I think I've gotten a lot better. But he is he's kind of clowning and taking a dig at Hoover because Hoover was talking about the fruit of the poisonous tree. So I love how petty he is. Anyway, the defendant filed a supplemental brief on January 6th of this year, challenging a large volume of the state's evidence. Okay, he said a large volume, all of it basically. And the state now responds in opposition. As set forth below, only a handful of items found in the F-350 listed in Section 8 below would be subject to suppression if the court were to conclude that the F-350 was unlawfully seized. Come on, Wooten. Can you woo, woo, woo? Y'all give me some woo, woo, woos in the chat for Wooten. Okay, memorandum of law. Inevitable discovery, an independent source, and attenuation doctrines. The exclusionary rule is a judicially created remedy designed to deter police misconduct by suppressing the use of evidence obtained in violation of a defendant's constitutional rights. He cites Teal versus State. The rule prohibits use of evidence seized during an unlawful search, testimony concerning information acquired during an unlawful search, and evidence and testimony that is the product of the primary evidence or that is otherwise acquired as an indirect result of the unlawful search up to the point where the taint is dissipated by its attenuated connection with the unlawful search. Okay, that's real fancy language for the rule. Basically, is just saying that this rule prohibits the use of evidence that was seized illegally. So if the police searched your vehicle, violating your constitutional rights, if you didn't authorize them or give them permission to search the vehicle, then the evidence cannot be utilized. Okay. And he cites Murray versus the United States. Courts have recognized several exceptions to the exclusionary rule that allow unlawfully obtained evidence to be admissible under certain circumstances. Relevant here are the inevitable discovery doctrine, the independent source doctrine, and the attenuation doctrine, as set forth below, to the extent that the defendant has even established a connection between the seizure of the Ford F-350 and the challenged evidence. These exceptions apply to almost every item of evidence challenged by the defendant. So Wooten is clapping back with the big hands, okay? Under the inevitable discovery doctrine, the Supreme Court of the United States has held that unlawfully obtained evidence remains admissible if the prosecution can establish by a preponderance of the evidence that the information ultimately and inevitably would have been discovered by lawful means. Boom. So what Wooten has done right here. Hello, everybody. I see y'all all in the chat. I see y'all there. What Wooten has done basically is completely obliterated Sean Hoover's argument. Because Sean Hoover thought he was just going to say, oh, you violated his Fourth Amendment rights, so you got to throw out all the evidence. Nice try. You might need a little bit more experience. And so, here comes Wooten, and he's not challenging that there is a possibility that the search was unlawful. However, there are circumstances where the evidence found can still be admissible under the exception for inevitable discovery, meaning that they were going to find it anyway. This is what he's saying. We would have found it anyway. Okay. Under the exception for inevitable discovery, the government may introduce evidence that was obtained by an illegal search if the government can establish a reasonable probability that the evidence in question would have been discovered by lawful means. Hey, Big Sisterology, I see you there. What's going on? I see you. Shirley Small Smith is in the building. All right. So the government must also establish, I'm not going to cite every case. Okay. I'm not going to cite, it's a lot of cases, but he is backing up his argument. Okay. When I was in grad school, my professor said, if you don't do nothing else, make sure you back up your BS. Okay. And she didn't say BS. She said the whole word. So he's backing up, he's backing up his argument. The government must also establish that the lawful means which made discovery inevitable were being actively pursued prior to the occurrence of the illegal conduct. Well, we know that to be the case because we know that Officer Fields, now Detective Fields, was already following him. She was already observing him. Okay, she was looking into some of the going-ons because the landlord is like, I don't know what kind of shenanigans are going on here, but these people owe me 30 grand in rent, and they got $500,000 worth of cars in the driveway, but they ain't paid rent, don't have any furniture in the house, and it's supposed to be kids living here. The exception exists because exclusion of physical evidence that would inevitably have been discovered adds nothing to either the integrity or fairness of a criminal trial. Court emphasized that the prosecution should never be put in a worse position than it would have occupied without any policeman's conduct. The independent source doctrine applies to evidence initially discovered during or as a consequence of an unlawful search, but later obtained independently from activities untainted by an initial illegality. Well, that's what happens when you have a criminal that's driving around with all the evidence in his doggone car, because he didn't want Scurley to find it. He didn't want the wife at the time, she's his ex-wife now, to find it, or someone else. I mean, he literally had a treasure trove that led the police to everybody and everything. Tatum versus State, this is what he's citing. Like the inevitable discovery doctrine, the purpose of the independent source doctrine is to put the police in the same, not a worse position than they would have been and if no police error or misconduct had occurred. Intertwined with both the inevitable discovery and independent source doctrines, the Supreme Court of the United States explained that the fruit of the poisonous tree need not be suppressed if the taint of the unlawful search or seizure is attenuated by intervening circumstances. Attenuation is determined by three factors. Because I was wondering, I am not an attorney, I'm not a lawyer. I didn't go to law school. I'm not a paralegal. I did work as a legal secretary, typing up these motions that we see. Yeah, I had to type all of this nonsense. Okay. Back then, we had to type it by hand. They probably got fancy systems now that do it for you. But anyway, so I was wondering, attenuation is determined by three factors: the temporary proximity of the illegal conduct and independent discovery of the evidence, the presence of intervening circumstances, and particularly the purpose and flagrancy of the official misconduct. Moreover, the Supreme Court has explained that courts should apply the exclusionary rule far more skeptically to live witness testimony than they might to inanimate, tangible evidence. Boy, when I tell you, this is what Wooten is doing. Wooten is rebutting or refuting in advance anything that Sean Hoover might try to come back with later. He's already addressing it now. It's kind of like when you do a disclaimer, I'm gonna talk about me so you don't have to. That's what he's doing here, but with the evidence. In Ciccolini, during a gambling investigation, so this is another case he's citing, a police officer entered a flower shop, went behind the counter of the shop, and spent several minutes engaged in conversation with his friend who was an employee of the shop. While in the shop, he picked up an envelope near the cash register, illegally opened it without a search warrant, and observed money and documents. He then asked the employee, who did not know he had looked inside the envelope, to whom the envelope belonged. She stated that the envelope belonged to the defendant, who owned the flower shop, and then he had instructed her to give it to someone. The defendant later was charged with perjury after denying under oath that he had been involved with gambling operations, contradicting his employee's statements. All right, are y'all follow? Are y'all tracking? Do y'all see? Y'all see where he's going? So the officer goes into the shop. He goes behind the counter. He notices an envelope. He opens it. He didn't have a warrant to open it, but he was there. He opened it. And when asked about the envelope, the employee, well, she spilled the beans. She told it all. And then he didn't know that and lied under oath. The defendant moved to suppress his employee's testimony that the defendant had given her the envelope on the grounds that the police had only sought her statement because of what was observed during the illegal search of the envelope. The Supreme Court rejected the argument and allowed the employee's testimony to be admitted, noting that courts should be far more skeptical of suppressing live witness testimony compared to inanimate, tangible evidence. What was found in NESTO's truck is inanimate, tangible evidence. A piece of paper with a victim's credit card number on it. A fraudulent lease with Shirley Strawberry's forged signature on it. And I believe he also forged her daughter Sheridan's signature. And that's why they had to go down to the police station. Okay. What else did he have in the vehicle? He had all the cell phones. 3 cell phones, I believe. He had the laptop computer with all type of nasty stuff involving children on it and carrying on. He had a lot of stuff in there besides the liquid Viagra, which is not illegal, and the leather mask with the zips and the 2 black dildos, which is just a testament to his activity. Anyway. So, in reaching its conclusion, the court considered several factors, including the willingness of the witness to testify. The greater the willingness of the witness to freely testify, the greater the likelihood that he or she will be discovered by legal means, and concomitantly, the smaller the incentive to conduct an illegal search to discover the witness. He's using, listen, I'm gonna have to get my dictionary. He's using the big words. Wooten pulled out the big guns, baby. He got the Tommy like ka 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 ka. Okay. Ultimately, the court concluded that since the cost of excluding live witness testimony often will be greater than excluding inanimate evidence, a closer, more direct link between the illegality and the testimony is required in order to authorize suppression. Okay. Well, we already know that that evidence that was found in the truck is connected to several victims, aka witnesses. As set forth below, almost all the evidence challenged by the defendant is admissible for one or more of the following reasons. I'm going to get to those reasons in a second. I want to do a poll real quick. Do you guys think that Shirley is going to testify about this truck? Let me put a poll in the chat. I want to know if you guys think that Shirley Strawberry is going to testify about this truck, because Wooten doesn't do anything just to do it. He doesn't do anything. Everything he does is calculated, is what I'm trying to say. I've said it before that he plays chess, not checkers. And so I'm curious to know. So here's the poll question. Will Shirley Strawberry testify against NESTO about this truck? I'm just going to put in other stuff. Okay, I'm going to keep it simple. All right, y'all tell me what y'all think. Basically, the question is Shirley Strawberry going to testify? Okay, just to keep it simple. Is Shirley Strawberries going to testify? Okay, so Wooten is basically saying that almost all the evidence that the defendant was saying should be suppressed, Wooten is saying is admissible for the following reasons. The defendant has no standing to challenge the evidence. He talked about that in the last motion. The evidence was discovered prior to the seizure of the Ford F-350, right? Because when they pulled him over and they saw that he had warrants, naturally they're going to check the vehicle. He had warrants, right? He was being arrested. Anyway, the evidence would have inevitably been discovered independent of the seizure of the Ford F-350, because they're basically saying that. So he just to break it down for anybody who can't remember, or who's kind of trying to piece this all together, or who's new to the story. So Nesto's defense lawyer ultimately was claiming that he was pulled over, he was arrested, they searched the vehicle. Now, the detectives are saying that, well, we didn't search the vehicle, we secured his property is what we did. And then after we secured his property, we got a warrant, and then we searched the vehicle. He's trying to claim that the initial search was illegal. Okay. And here we have Wooten poking holes in that argument. The evidence was discovered after the seizure of the Ford F-350, but from an independent source. Number 5, any taint was sufficiently attenuated by intervening circumstances. So now he's going to hit you with the relevant facts and argument. And so far, 96% of y'all, 96% of y'all said that Shirley is going to testify. She made sure that she got divorced. Okay. So all that husband-wife privilege, no, not going to work. All right. Pretrial publicity and media exposure. And part of this goes back to one of the first motions that was filed, which was a gag order. And we know a lot of that was tied to the side chick, the mistress, Boneytail. Okay. She wants to be somebody so bad. I'm gonna get back to I'm flagging some of your comments that I'm gonna get back to. Anyway, so Miss Side Chick, wannabe lawyer, want to tell the prosecution and the defense how to do every damn thing, but couldn't even help her own self out. Okay, it was like, oh, you need to silence the media and social media, and we need to stop them from talking about NESTO, and we're gonna. She was bragging about it. We're going to get the lawyers to come after all of y'all. And there's going to be lawsuits, and y'all not going to be able to talk about NESTO anymore, because Her and Nesto seem to believe that this is a high profile case. It's not. YSL was a high profile case. Okay. ASAP Rocky, high profile case. R. Kelly, P. Diddy, high profile case. Them? No, absolutely not. Okay. And I can prove it because every time I do a live, there's at least one person that says, "Who's Nesto?" Okay. As a general consideration, it should be noted that the defendant himself has previously acknowledged the inordinate amount of publicity that has been given and will be given to this case leading up to and during the trial. And let me add, locally, and that's because of content creators like myself and others who are covering this story. The defendant's motion for gag order filed May 31st, 2024. As examples, the defendant's arrest and the Roswell Police Department's ongoing investigation were reported by multiple media outlets, including online articles and television broadcasts beginning as early as October of 2022. And then they have Exhibit A, A&F news outlet, Fox 5, WSB TV articles. There was even an article in the Washington Post. Okay, made it all the way up to New York. Maybe it was the New York Post. Made it all the way to New York. Each of these articles encouraged potential victims to contact the Roswell Police Department, and multiple victims, in fact, came forward. In addition, when the defendant was indicted by a Fulton County grand jury, several media outlets published articles and broadcast television stories encouraging potential victims to contact the state, and multiple victims came forward. Finally, as the court is aware, various YouTube content creators, hello, that's me. Anyway, I'm making fun of Sonia because she's a pick-me. Various YouTube content creators like myself regularly report on this case, further expanding public awareness and encouraging victims to come forward. Okay, I would say at least 6 out of the 7 mainstream content creators really covering this story are encouraging victims to come forward. But there's at least one that likes to interrogate and to harass and bully and downplay victims and dox victims and thinks that she's going to get away with it. They coming for you next, boo-boo. Y'all just wait. Anyway, finally, as the court is aware, various YouTube content creators regularly report on the case, further expanding public awareness and encouraging victims to come forward. And the one person who does not encourage victims to come forward would be the court blogger, aka Infamous Sylvia. No, she doxes victims. She doesn't encourage them to come forward. This pre-trial publicity and media exposure is relevant in the context of the inevitable discovery and attenuation, maybe I'm pronouncing that wrong, attenuation doctrines, to the extent that the defendant generally challenges evidence related to victims' melody. Okay. So we've heard these names before, but some people haven't. But this is public record. A lot of people have covered this, and so I'm okay with saying their names because their names have been said, and this is public record. Melody Scretchen, who is the teacher who trusted Nesto to sell her car for her. He didn't do that. He gave it to another victim who is the victim of R and SA, whose name is not listed here. But because she was doxxed, most people know her name anyway. I will not say her name. There's Gail Bickham, who's the real estate agent who lost $200,000 off of Nesto. He used her money to buy a G-Wagon for Shirley Strawberry and her ring, both of which she has now lost. There's Olivia Washington, who was an owner of one of the Harley-Davidsons, and there was Regina Delaney, the owner of another Harley-Davidson. Because of this extensive coverage across multiple platforms, these victims would have had multiple opportunities to discover the investigation of this case and come forward, as many others have, independent of any evidence found as a result of the seizure of the Ford F-350. But boom, bam, bip, cow. Let me tell you what Wooten is doing here, just in case some of y'all missed it. Basically, he's trying to say, because here was the whole, the defense thought that they were going to get this whole thing thrown out. Okay, I'm gonna pause right here for a second. They thought that they were gonna get this whole thing thrown out by saying, well, all the evidence that the state has was generated off of what they found in the vehicle. And it snowballed because they found Melody Scretchen's credit card. They found the fraudulent lease. They found the laptop computer with the child P stuff on it and other things. They found a lot of stuff. Okay. I'm just giving you like a few snippets. There's a whole list of evidence. I'll take a screenshot of it and I'll drop it in the member section on Bad Girls Talk for those of you who want to be reminded about all the evidence they found. And so Sean Hoover, who is the attorney for Ernest Williams, aka NESTO, was ultimately trying to say that the state has no case because everything that they got since then was based off of what was found in the truck. And he's saying, well, no. Hold your horses, slow your roll. Screw, pump the brakes. Because social media outlets, content creators, the news, everyone, since you guys keep saying this is a big, high-profile story, everyone's been talking about it and encouraging victims to come forward. So they would have come to us anyway and told us everything. So it wasn't that we found evidence in the car that led us to the victims, right? The news talked. They squealed, right? We had a key. We put it out there. Okay. Even Nesto's side chick was helping by starting her own channel and running her doggone mouth and doing all types of crazy, foolish things. And these victims came from that part. I'm just joking because those of you who know the story know that at least some of these victims came out before then, but then there were others that came out after. But the point is, he's saying that these victims came to us. Okay. So we would have found out about all of this stuff anyway. So that refutes the argument that the whole case was built on evidence from this truck and that evidence should be suppressed. Therefore, case closed, case dismissed. Nice try. Close, but no cigar. Okay. Because Brandy said it almost doesn't count. Okay. Almost don't count. All right. Let's talk about the victim, Melody Scretchen. The defendant appears to assert that a certain evidence and testimony related to victim Melody Scretchen should be suppressed if the court determines that the F-350 was unlawfully seized. Defendant's suppression. Okay, I'm not sure what this is supposed to mean because he's writing in shorthand. But anyway, the defendant's motion to suppress. Okay, I guess he's citing something. The defendant does not identify what specific evidence or testimony should be suppressed, but instead merely points out that a piece of paper with Melody Scretchen's credit card number was located inside the 4350 and briefly summarizes a telephone interview with Ms. Scretchen conducted by police on August 15, 2022, more than a month after the search of the F-350. It is unclear to the state whether the defendant's position is that only a single piece of paper should be suppressed, all evidence and testimony related to Melody Scretchen should be suppressed, or something in between. Out of an abundance of caution and to provide relevant factual background to the court, the state will assume that the defendant challenges all evidence and testimony related to Ms. Scretchen. But for the reasons set forth below, the state submits that only the piece of paper is subject to suppression if the court determines the Ford F-350 was illegally seized. So they're like, listen, you want to fight us over a piece of paper? That's fine, but we got her testimony and she got receipts. Okay, she called her credit card company to initiate chargebacks for things that where Nesto used her card and he wasn't supposed to. She's got the text messages of her telling him, "You need to give me my car back, or I'm going to the police." And Nesto saying, "Well, look here, I know you went to the police, and that's okay. That's all right." She got receipts, so it's fine. Ms. Scretchen purchased, and this is all alleged, okay? The man has not been proven guilty of anything. The evidence is stacked against him, so we can formulate our own opinion, and it is just that. It is just an opinion, okay? Just to be fair. Ms. Scretchen purchased, so here's her story, okay? For those of you who may or may not remember. All right, and once again, 90% of you think that Shirley is going to testify. Okay, now, okay. All right now. Yep, make sure you hit the like button for your girl cuz we got well right now we got 114 people in here, but there were much more than that at one point, okay? Cuz it's like almost 300 views. So even if people are popping in and popping out, make sure you hit that like button. All right, so Miss Gretchen purchased a 2018 Nissan Altima on December 5th, 2018. So in 2018, she purchased a brand new vehicle. It says see exhibit B, which includes the vehicle, the title, and tag information. Okay. Let me just see. I don't want to show her business, but let me scroll down and see. Oh, they got text messages. Baby, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, stay on this live because I'm seeing pictures, I'm seeing screenshots, I'm seeing text messages. When I tell you that Wooten, okay, he pulled it all out. Okay. You want to talk about some exposure, baby? Okay, so here, all right. So here's the I can show. I can show this because they have blocked out pertinent information. All right. So here it is, y'all. Okay. This is a 2018 Nissan Altima. It's silver. It's a 4-door, 4-cylinder. Okay, she got it from the dealer. All right. And so that's proof that that's her vehicle. Okay. We're gonna get into all of the evidence in just a bit, but let me just give y'all some background, okay? Because one thing I don't want to do is have y'all going in with half the story, okay? So she purchased the vehicle. The defendant acknowledges Miss Gretchen reported her car stolen by the defendant on June 4th, 2022. I just said that, okay? And remember, I'm reading this in real time. Okay, I have not read this. I jumped straight to the receipts at the end. So I'm reading this with you guys in real time. So they have evidence, and NESTO apparently admitted that she reported that he stole her car. Okay, on June 4th, 2022. Just what, a month before he was arrested? With this, so she reported it with South Fulton, well in advance of the seizure. All right, let me go. No, I'm gonna put these two up. Well, no, I'll put Wooten back up. I like Wooten. We'll put him back up. Okay. So well in advance of the seizure of the Ford F-350, once again, he is building his argument, and his argument is airtight. Okay, it is vacuum sealed, baby. Ain't nothing getting in, nothing getting out. All right, so South Fulton PD, there's the report number listed. Miss Gretchen told police that she was looking to sell her 2018 Nissan Altima and that the defendant offered to sell it for her because he knew someone who will buy her vehicle for more than what the dealerships were offering her. Okay, those of you who are familiar, you've heard this before. In January 2022, Miss Gretchen permitted NESTO to take her vehicle to be sold. Sold. Not given away, sold. Several months. Sorry, that's my baby snoring. They done. Let me pause for a second. Can I tell y'all what my dogs did? So and hopefully we'll get through this live without any interruptions. I'm over here on a Zoom. I have my dogs outside. It's a beautiful day. It's like 75 degrees here in the Peach State. And they were quiet and like little kids. When your kids are too quiet, something's wrong. But I'm on my Zoom call. I'm trying to concentrate. I figured they're outside. They'll be fine. All of a sudden, I get a phone call from a number I don't recognize. So I send it to voicemail. The number calls right back. I said, okay, Houston, we got a problem. I was like, hello, Wisdom's daughter speaking. I said my real name, but anyway, he says, this is Officer so-and-so the county police. I said, whoa, who is this? This is Officer so-and-so with the police. I said, officer, I think it's an officer. Can you please slow down? You are talking very fast, and I'm trying to get your name and where you're calling from. So he tells me his name. He tells me, where he's from, and I said, okay. He says, do you have 2 dogs? I said, oh my Jesus. I said, yes. Gray and a little brown one. I said, yes, officer. He says, well, are you home? Miss Wisdom? I said, yes, sir, I am. I'm in my living room. He says, well, do you think you can come outside for a minute? I said, I sure can. He said, because your dogs are outside my car. I said, oh, Lord. I said, okay, I'm coming. I'm coming. I grabbed their leashes, go out the front door, and sure enough, Allie and Gigi are sitting in front of his vehicle like they are conducting a traffic stop. Okay? It's not funny, but damn. I said, if y'all don't get y'all behinds in the house, get in the house. So they look at me and they run toward me and they run inside the house. I said, what y'all done did? What y'all did? And they smiling like, yeah, mama, see, there was this man in this car with all these lights, and he had a weapon on him, and he was in a uniform with a bulletproof vest, and we sat in front of the car watching because we wanted to make sure, because we don't know him, and he's on your property, and so we were guarding because we are guard dogs. Oh my goodness. I go back out and he's like, well, ma'am, animal control is going to be on the way to talk to you because apparently, I don't know the history here and whatnot. I said, listen, all my neighbors know my dogs. I walk my dogs. They all know my dogs. I said, I know they're big, but they're still puppies. Okay. They are not vicious. They are a little jumpy. They will jump on you, but they don't bite. They've never bitten anybody. Now they bark, but they don't bite. Unless I'm being attacked or something like that. He says, well, they attacked one of your neighbors. I said, whoa. Define attacked. I said, did they jump? Because see, police officers think different. You jump on a police officer, that's an attack. That's assault, right? If I poke my finger in the police officer's chest, he's going to arrest me for assault. I said, did they bite anybody? He's like, look, I don't know. They just call animal control. I said, okay, well, my dogs don't bite. Maybe they jumped on somebody. He said, well, they chased one of your neighbors. I said, it was Allie. I know it was Allie. Allie's the little dog, and she got little dog syndrome. Okay. Got them, back in. I said, okay, officer. He says, let me have your license. I showed him my license. He called it in. I don't know what he was calling in. I guess he was making sure that, I didn't have any warrants because, if I was white, it wouldn't have been no problem. But, it is what it is. Go back in the house. I checked the dogs. They don't have any scars, marks on them. They're smiling. They're happy. They feel really proud about what they've done, right? They were policing the neighborhood. Trayvon Martin was gunned down, unfortunately, and lost his life to somebody that was policing the neighborhood. My dogs were policing the neighborhood, and whatever neighbor they chased must have been up to something. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. All right. Just want to make y'all laugh real quick. Hey, Miss Munch, what's going on? I see you. She-Ho is in the building. What's going on, y'all? All right. Let's get back to Miss Melody Scratching. I'm sorry. That was just a sidebar. But it's 3:30. They ain't coming. Okay. So again, January 2022, Melody Scratching gives NESTO her vehicle to be sold. Several months passed, and Melody Scratching repeatedly asked NESTO for her money back or her car back, right? Either you run me my money for what you sold it for, because that's what you were supposed to do, or give me my car back. It's one or the other. Give me my money or my car. The defendant gives Melody Scratching the runaround before she finally realized that he was not going to return the vehicle. So that's when she filed a police report. As a result of that report, an arrest warrant was issued for the defendant on June 5th, 2022. Now, a little sidebar. Some of you are aware, this is alleged, but it was said in some calls and some documents that Monty over here, NESTO's fake brother, was pretending to be from a law firm, something Johnson law firm, trying to intimidate this woman, hit her with a cease and desist. Come on now. So that was the active warrant that he was arrested on when now Detective Natalie Fields on July 7th of 2022, the same day the Ford F-350 was seized. So when that truck was seized, he was arrested on this warrant from Melody Scratching because he stole her car. It didn't pay her. So suppress what, NESTO? What are we suppressing? Suppress what? Anyway, let's keep going. All right, so Fulton County Jail, so they have the booking report. It says see Exhibit E. All right, we're going to jump down to Exhibit E. All right, and we're going to look at the Fulton County I guess arrest report. Let's see. Okay, that's M. There's a lot of exhibits up in here. We are going to get to it. All right, don't worry. I'm reading everything for you. So if you driving, this is gonna be podcast style. No worries. This is Wisdom's Daughter with Bad Girls Talk. Let's see. I think I got to it. Okay. All right. This I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all this one. Yes, ma'am. Kings and queens. Lord have mercy. All right. Now this says it's the Conyers Police Department. Okay. Well, all right then. Well, okay then. Okay then. On Monday, June 6, 2022, at approximately 08:5700 hours, I responded to the area of Navy Federal. Oh, that's the credit union. So he says, I responded to the area of Navy Federal Credit Union to assist in locating a stolen vehicle that hit on a local tag reader. Conyers Communication advised that they located the vehicle, a 2018 Nissan Altima bearing a Georgia tag, on camera in the Navy Federal parking lot, and observed a female in the vehicle. No way. Sergeant Cook and I approached the vehicle and made contact with a female in the driver's seat. The female, later identified as Tracie Simmons, exited the vehicle and was detained in handcuffs with her hands to the rear of her person. So Tracie Simmons, as I don't know if they're going to mention it in this document, is the, okay, hold on a second. I have to put, we got to put Mr. Wooten back up, and I have to make this smaller because they have the name of the our victim in here, and that I'm not going to show that. All right. So I know you guys understand. I'm not going to show this young lady's name. As it is, infamous Sylvia done got her picture. She sent it out to Sonia. She sent it out to other content creators, not to me, but she sent it out to content creators. Okay. And then talking about you not doxing anybody. The devil is a lie, and so are you. Let me just make sure that okay. I think we're good. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. Just to be sure. Just to be sure. I'm gonna put the picture up here of Ericka King pretending to be April Holloway. All right. I gotta cover the screen. So that picture that we were all breaking our necks, all right, weave falling out, hair falling out, trying to get a copy of this picture. There it is. All right. So now I'm going to continue reading this document. These are public documents. If you know how to get them, I will tell you it costs about $140 for this document because it's like 50 cents a page and it's 230 some odd pages, just to let y'all know. All right. I do not draw back for money. If you guys want to send me a cash app, it's up on the screen. It's I Am Wisdom's Daughter. If you want to send a super chat, if you want to become a member, you are more than welcome to. All right. Conyers Communications confirmed the vehicle was stolen out of Fulton County. Now, Tracie Simmons is related to the R victim. It's been said it's the grandmother. It's been said it's the aunt. Don't know. But allegedly, infamous Sylvia used to go to church with her. We know that infamous Sylvia went to church one time with Woody, but we ain't never seen this lady in church or mentioned she come from church. She on her way to church. Anyway, Conyers Communication confirmed that the vehicle was stolen out of Fulton County, and Sergeant Cook began searching the vehicle as I questioned Simmons. I read Simmons her Miranda rights, and she understood and agreed to speak with us. Wow. Can I pause right there for a second? Black and brown people, when a police officer tells you you have the right to remain silent, shut your mother freaking mouth. Stop talking. Because everything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. The officers are going to tell you, well, don't worry, you can talk to us. We're your friend. We're just trying to help you out. You know, we don't want you to get into trouble. We just want to understand what happened. So she agrees without a lawyer to speak to the police. I questioned her about the vehicle, and she stated that she got the vehicle from her granddaughter. Okay. Once again, not going to say the victim's name because she has accused NESTO of groping, and taking her to Sodom and Gomorrah. okay, against her will. I question her about the victim, and she states the victim is homeless and often stays with her when she isn't sleeping on a bus, that her partner has a bus. Hold on one second. Hold on, let me pull this away from my face. I knew it. I knew that girl was living on his nasty bus. I knew that girl was living on his bus. Okay? Give me just 1 second. Let me just process this for a second, y'all. Just give me just a second. I'm gonna tell y'all why in a minute. I'm not trying to be all dramatic. Let me put some of your comments up. Let me just give me a second. Because there have been several occasions where a certain content creator has said, well, she's hanging out with him. How did he do this to her? Really? So because you hanging out with a man, he can't violate you? If she was living on this man's bus and she was homeless and she was dependent on him, she was vulnerable. Say it with me, vulnerable. Okay? And that means that there was an opportunity for her to be taken advantage of, an opportunity for her to potentially to be trafficked and other things. The fact that she contacted Nesto after a month or so after he got arrested, or sent him a text to find out if he was okay, what does that mean? Okay. There is a condition when a victim sympathizes with her victimizer. Okay. And I have not eaten yet. I had some tea, but I have not eaten yet. So my brain is still trying to catch up with my mouth. And so what is it called? Let's see. When a victim, because it's right on the tip of my tongue. Somebody's going to put it in the chat. But anyway, sympathizes with her attacker. Stockholm syndrome. There we go. Okay. It's called Stockholm syndrome. Stockholm syndrome is very real. All right. She was dependent upon this man. And even though what he did to her was wrong at the time, she was dependent upon him and maybe had nowhere else to go. That doesn't mean that she's lying. Doesn't mean that she's lying. Right. And I just find it disgusting that we give so much grace to the accused, and then we shit on the accuser. Okay? That's the only bomb I'm going to drop today. Any other word I say will be from the Bible. I promise. I don't do a whole lot of cussing over here. But I had to say that. Right? It happens all the time. There was a young boy recently who was bullied in his school. They got it on video of this black boy being pulled and by his backpack and flipped on the ground and basically jumped by these 3 white boys in the bathroom. He gets away. The mother changes school. Now the new school, same thing. Different set of boys. They're beating the boy up. He brings a knife to, now I don't think he brought it to school, but wherever they were, he had a knife to defend himself. Right? And he defended himself and a couple of people got stabbed. But they jumped him. It was self-defense. How do you think they responded? Do you think that they went after the 3 white boys that jumped him and were probably going to unalive this child? No, they arrested him. Okay? Because that's what we do to the victims. Anyway, let me get off my soapbox and keep going. All right. So the grandmother says that the our victim was homeless and often stays with her when she's not sleeping on a bus that her business partner has. Okay? She's calling Nesto her business partner. So we ought to give her the same grace that we gave Ericka King. Even though we know what's up with Ericka King. Ericka King claimed that she was coerced and everything else. Okay? We know how Nesto allegedly operates because there have been other victims that have come forward. Okay, every time I think about Hazel, it's Hazel telling her story about being in the back, not just about being in the back of his vehicle, but every time she had a meeting with him, he made her strip down to her underpants. Okay, and then and sometimes take that off too. clocking her menstrual cycles, because he's disgusting. That's why we call him Nasty Nesto. Clocking the girl's menstrual cycle. Got her locked in the back seat of one of his nasty vehicles, talking about, if you want to do this and you want to be in business with me, you got to be me and I got to be you. And basically, we about to F, and you gonna take my seed. And she's like, no, I'm on my cycle. And he's like, what you mean you on your cycle? Nah. You had your cycle 3 weeks ago. She's like, oh my God, she's tracking my cycle. That's Nasty Nesto for you. So imagine what he did to this young lady who had no means to get away, who's young and impressionable, and she just wants to make it, whatever he promised her. I asked her, what does she do for work? And she stated, meaning the officers asking the grandmother, what does the victim do for work? And she stated that the victim has been unemployed since last year. I saw Simmons when she first saw the vehicle. I asked Simmons when she first saw the vehicle, and she stated that she first saw the vehicle in January. But she helped the victim, our victim, pick it up 2 days prior from a parking garage. I asked Simmons about the educator tag on the vehicle because remember, Melody Scretchen, she's a teacher. And she specializes in special education because her son has special needs. And she said that the R victim is not a teacher. And she found this odd that she would have had an educator tag on it. She asked the R victim about it. The grandmother asked her granddaughter about it. And her granddaughter said she got it from her business partner. And hold on one second. I lost my place. Hold on. So she says, okay, I find it odd that you have an educator tag on the license plate. She asked the R victim about it, and she says she got it from a business partner. And then the R victim says, this don't seem right. Sergeant Cook returned from searching the vehicle and informed me that he located repair paperwork in the name of, and it was the victim's name on it. Additionally, there was a small dog in the vehicle. Poor baby. He got dragged into this mess. All right. So here's what happened. The date of the theft of the vehicle was January 1st, 2022. And the date of entry on, I guess, this report is January 6th, 2022. I called the registered owner and spoke with her on the phone. She advised that her car was indeed still stolen. Due to our victim not being, there's a typo here. Due to the our victim being homeless or / employed or unemployed and having no legitimate means of purchasing a 2008 vehicle accompanied by the tag that Simmons herself said doesn't seem right, I concluded that either Simmons has either knew or she should have known that the vehicle was stolen, and he placed the grandmother under arrest for theft by receiving stolen property. There are a lot of typos in this report. Okay, this is what Infamous Sylvia was talking about one time, but it doesn't negate what happened. Okay, and I agree. The grandmother should have questioned, where did you get a brand new car? And this car has an educator tag on it. Like that, is your business partner in education? What's going on? She should have questioned her. Okay. The vehicle was recovered and held for the owner at Finish Line Towing. Simmons was transported to the Rock Hill County Jail by Officer Brooks, and Sergeant Cook took the dog to animal control and turned it over to their custody. Oh, poor baby. I wish I would have known. I would have went and got you. The paperwork with the R victim's name on it was seized and entered into evidence. The vehicle was removed from GCIC NCIC, and that is the end of that document. Wow. Okay. I told y'all this was going to be a goodie. All right. We're going to take down Ericka King's face. We done seen enough of her. We're going to get back to her in a second. Again, make sure if you haven't already done so, don't forget to hit the like button, and let's keep going. Let's keep going. Oh, Penelope S said, why are they wearing masks? That's funny, right? Well, this I guess this would have been still during the pandemic. because this was in 2021. And they were probably wearing masks to protect each other, even though they're on Zoom. She said, "Oh my God, I thought it was Tiffany Hayner." Yeah, we're not going to talk about her today. I got to do a different live or video about that. Ma'am is in a whole lot of trouble. Okay. Tiffany Hayner has been exposed. All right. She took all of the Village of Doton's money. Okay. All their money. That's Ericka King. Let me show y'all another picture. This one you might recognize better. Okay. That's Ericka King. It's her. Her hair is different. She got on a different wig. You know. And we could see that that's Nesto. He can't hide. Come, you can hide. Gonna find you. Cause you got warrants. Anyway, yeah, Nesto, all his business was found. And Wooten is putting it out there for everybody to see. All right, so where did we leave off? We left off at Exhibit E. All right. Okay. Nope. We left off at Exhibit G. Okay. So keep going. All right. So Miss Gretchen stated that she had previously reported that the defendant stole her 2018 Nissan Altima, that she needed to follow up to report that he also had used her credit cards without authorization. Nesto. So you're using people's credit cards. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Okay. The defendant told Miss Gretchen that he had a hookup at BrandSmart USA to help her buy items for her home. So she provided her credit card information to him. Instead of using her credit card information to purchase items for her at BrandSmart USA, the defendant used Miss Gretchen's Family First Credit Union card, SunTrust card, and Carnival World MasterCard to purchase items for himself, and probably, without her knowledge, his wife. So he over here purchasing stuff for him and Shirley Strawberry's benefit without her authorization. Okay. We have a new member, y'all. Judy Griffith gifted a membership queen. Thank you so much. She-ho, you got gifted. That is a blessing. I'm glad it was you. You always hold me down. I appreciate you. You come over here with the positivity and the love. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Judy Griffith. Make sure, Shiho, that you give a huge BGT thank you to Queen Judy Griffith, who gifted you, and welcome officially to the BGT family, because we be kin now. Shirley Small Smith said, Miss WD, darling, I live in ATL, and a lot of people here don't know anything about his nasty ass. So many say to me, who's Nesto? Exactly. Queen. All right. That's what it is. Nobody know his raggedy behind. I mean, they know now because we made sure of it, but they didn't know him back then. So he used her credit cards without her permission. Why is this important? Because his dumb side chick talking about, oh, it's civil. It's civil. If she gave him the credit card, it's just that, he didn't purchase what she wanted him to purchase, but she gave him permission to use the card. No. No, baby, it don't work that way. You can't take my card and you supposed to be buying items for me, and then you turn around and just go buy items for yourself. This wasn't her husband. This wasn't even her man. This was now listen here. He might have hit her with that liquid Viagra. I don't know. I know that they went to the green waters, allegedly, because that's what was said. We don't know. But hold on one second, y'all. Let me throw this banner up. However, she gave him permission to use it for something specific, and he bought items for himself. So he stole her funds, basically. And them appliances, this is what I think. Because remember, When he was getting evicted from 2155 Bank Creek Manor, he contacts Melody Scretchen asking her if he can store some appliances at her house. It was probably the very same appliances that he bought for himself with her cards. Okay. The nerve of this man. The defendant told Miss Scretchen that he had a hookup to help her buy items for her home, not his. So she provided the credit card information, but instead of using her card to purchase items for her, he used all her credit cards to purchase items for himself without authorization. Now, in October of 2023, once the defendant's cases had been received by the Fulton County DA's office, Ms. Scretchen provided a written statement to the state confirming all of the above details and provided copies of credit card statements documenting unauthorized transactions, Exhibit H. And then we're going to move on to the next victim. Let's go take a look at Exhibit H. Let's go ahead and do that. And you know what I think I'm going to do? Hold on a second. I think I'm going to try to pull this document up twice. So this way I can ping pong a little bit. Let me, give me 1 second, y'all. Let's try that. Let's try that. Because this way I can stay where I am and we can just go to the evidence. I could just switch screens. I think I can do that. Okay. I'm seeing search warrants. Baby, most of this document is evidence. Most of this document are receipts. Okay. The part that I'm reading, I'm as far as I can see, I'm almost finished. And then we just gonna looky-loo at all the receipts. Cause hunty, there are receipts out the wazoo. There are Zuzu and Wham Whams worth of receipts. Okay. All right, hold on, y'all. I'm going in the wrong direction. I'm trying to get to Exhibit A. There's so much evidence here. I'm trying to, that's Exhibit HH. So it looked like they done went through the whole alphabet and then had to start over with double letters. This is crazy. Oh, baby, we gonna get into all of it over here. This is gonna be probably one of the best lives that I've done in a long time. And I know it's not a whole lot of people over here, but it is all good. We're having a good time because I'm not the only one live right now, and that's quite all right. That is quite all right. Because one thing about me, y'all can count on me to give you the same energy, whether there's 500 or 50 people up in this piece. Y'all gonna get that same energy, okay? Y'all gonna get 1,000-person live energy up in here from Wisdom's Daughter. Oh my goodness. All right. I'm still scrolling through the evidence. Like I said, the part I'm reading, it's almost done. It is almost done. And if I stumbled over a word or two, my apologies, because I'm reading this code for the first time. Okay, finally. Lord have mercy. It took forever to get there. Okay. That's not what I meant to do, but hold on. Hold on 1 second. All righty. Here we go. So here is her credit card statement showing, and we're going to take a look at it in a second, what he bought with her money. Okay? Look, I wish a Negro would. First of all, I'm not giving up my credit cards. I come with you. I come with you. I had work done in my house, and the guy that was doing the work had to go out and get supplies. And I said, look here, you buy the supplies, you get a receipt, and I will reimburse you as soon as you get back here. Because at the end of the day, he got the receipt. So he can always take that stuff back. Like if I didn't pay him or something like that, which, you know, I don't do stuff like that. But I'm just saying, you know what I mean? I'm not giving you my credit card. I don't know you from a can of paint, and I'm going to give you my credit card? No. Don't think so. No, sir. No, ma'am. Okay. Here we go. All righty. So on December 1st, Laura's Trucks, $1,071.12. December 2nd, Laura's Trucks, $800. So he was making payments to Laura's Trucks, probably for that Dodge that he had. Come on now. And Sonia got the nerve to say, oh, it wasn't that much money. You wish you had all these doggone credit cards. She couldn't even give this man 200, his side chick, okay? His ride or die, couldn't even give him $200, $250 for his commissary. She had to beg Dre. Hold on one second, y'all. I got to turn on this light. It's getting dark in here. She had to dry beg Dre and Lamont and his son, right? Brokey and bitter. All right, so that's that. Let's pivot back over here. All right, now let's keep going. Now, as set forth above, nothing, here's the final argument with this victim right here. Nothing related to Miss Gretchen beyond the single piece of paper with her credit card number located in the truck is subject to suppression. All other evidence related to Miss Gretchen either was known or reported prior to the seizure of the vehicle would have inevitably been discovered and was discovered from a source independent of the Ford F-350 and is sufficiently attenuated such that any taint is cured. Next victim, Gail Bickham. All right. Miss Bickham, real estate agent. Okay. I'm going to, she had a YouTube channel. I'm going to drop a link to her YouTube channel. Those of you who've never seen what she looks like, she's a beautiful young woman. She kind of favors Carol, one of Nesto's wives, just a little bit. So anyway, but I'll drop that in members. The defendant appears to assert that certain evidence and testimony related to victim Gail Bickham should be suppressed if the court determines that the F-350 was unlawfully seized. The defendant does not identify what specific evidence or testimony should be suppressed, but merely points out that a check from Wade Ford for $2,852 invoices from the sale of a 2012 Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon were located inside the Ford F-350 and briefly summarizes an interview with Ms. Bickham conducted by police on October 13, 2022. That is my phone because that's what it sounds like when I'm getting a text message. So let me go ahead and put that on silent real quick because that is very distracting to me. Okay, so he's saying that all that was in there was a receipt and invoices from the sale, because he sold her Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon. We're going to see what he did with the money. The receipt of a sale located inside the vehicle. And this was, and briefly summarizes an interview with Ms. Bickham conducted by the police on October 13, 2022, more than 3 months after the search of the Ford F-350. It is unclear to the state whether the defendant's position is that only the check and invoices should be suppressed, all evidence and testimony related to Ms. Bickham should be suppressed, or something in between. Out of an abundance of caution and to provide relevant factual background to the court, the state will assume that the defendant challenges all evidence and testimony related to Ms. Bickham, but for the reasons set forth below, the state submits that none of these items are subject to suppression, even if the court determines the Ford F-350 was illegally seized. Come on with it, Wooten. Run a Boston on your ass. Come on now. He playing spades up in this piece. I'm loving it. Police conducted a lengthy interview with Ms. Bickham on October 13, 2022, during which time she explained how she met the defendant in 2029 or 2010. And how he had attempted to entice her into several business deals with him over the years. In June 2021, the defendant contacted Ms. Bickham and offered to help develop. Hold on one second. There we go. I want Wooten's face there because he looked like he's going in. So he offered to develop her real estate business. Ultimately, when she first met Nesto, this is the short version. Nesto was he wasn't even dry begging. He was begging her for money. She gave him $1,000. He did pay it back, but he was, asking her to invest in his businesses. She's like, I'm looking for people to invest in my business. And so over time, he would ask for her number, lose her number, ask for her number. She would give it again. He would lose it. And finally, they met up at this time And by this point, he's married to who? Shirley Strawberry's Miss Strawberry Letter herself from the Steve Harvey Morning Show. Okay. With Junior and all of them. All right. And so he is using Shirley Strawberry's image to flaunt his stuff, to show, puff out his chest, and I'm big dog now. Now I can help you out because I done pulled myself up by my bootstraps. Miss Bickham believed that the defendant's offer was legitimate because he appeared to be connected to wealthy investors through his marriage to Shirley Strawberry. Miss Bickham had recently purchased a 2021 Mercedes-Benz, boy. And they said it was fully paid off. Excuse me. One more time. Bickham recently purchased a 2021 Mercedes-Benz GLE class, baby. And it was fully paid off. Nesto knows how to pick them. This is the second victim he done found that just purchased a new car. The defendant coerced Miss Bickham into signing the title over of the vehicle over to him. He coerced you into signing the title of the vehicle over to him so that he could sell or trade it in for another vehicle that he claimed would help improve her image. What is wrong with a Mercedes-Benz GLE class? Really? You got to upgrade from a Mercedes-Benz? Now, I don't know how he coerced her. And, we'll have to wait until she testifies and tell us what exactly he did. You know how these men can be. And Nesto, he's a fast talker. He can get you. You can easily get got. So I'm not blaming her. She seems very intelligent. But you don't know how to stop getting got, how to not get got until you've gotten got. Period. Anyway, on June 9th, 2021, the defendant, aka Nesto, purchased a 1998 Prevost Royale RV vehicle using Ms. Bickham's funds after the defendant led her to believe that the vehicle was being purchased for her business. But instead, Nesto registered the vehicle in his own business's name. 2 months later, on August 21, 2021, oh, that was my wedding anniversary. Anyway, on 8/21/21, the defendant traded in Ms. Bickham's GLE class vehicle and the 1998 Prevost Royale RV vehicle, purchased using Miss Bickham's funds for a 2002 Prevost Liberty vehicle without her knowledge or consent. So he was supposed to sell the Mercedes-Benz, but instead he gets her to give him money for the RV. So he uses her money to buy the RV. Then he takes that RV, the 1998 Prevost, plus her Mercedes-Benz that he never sold, and trades it in. Now he gets the 2002 Prevost. So I upgraded you. Look, an upgrade. The 2002 Prevost Liberty RV vehicle was also registered in the defendant's business name. Nesto put it in his business name. Approximately 1 year later, girl, you waited up. Now, I ain't waiting a whole year. We got problems. I will bust your head to the white meat show. I'm not waiting a whole year. Approximately 1 year later, on June 30th, 2022, the defendant traded in the 2002 Prevost Liberty vehicle and another vehicle for a 2021 Mercedes-Benz G-Class G-Wagon at Wade Ford, again, without Miss Bickham's knowledge or consent. Now, let's go back. Let's go back a second. I'm gonna, Wooten, I need you to just move, just slide over some, okay? Just slide over some. Thank you. SOS, slide over some. They found a check in Nesto's vehicle. There it is. For $2,852 and invoices from the sale of the 2012. Actually, that's supposed to be, oh no, and the sale from the 2012 Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon, okay? So why does he have a check for $2,852. He has a check for $2,852 because when NESTO traded in this woman's Mercedes-Benz and the 2002 Prevost, I'm sorry, when he traded in the 2002 Prevost Liberty RV, he also traded in that ambulance that was in Ericka King's driveway and the driveway at the house he claimed he didn't live in. Okay. So he trades in the ambulance and the new RV that he just got. And there's a surplus of $2,852. So they gave him a refund check. So that's how Shirley Strawberry got her precious G-Wagon. He stole this woman's money. Then he stole her car. Then he got RVs and put it in her name. Those were supposed to be her RVs, and he put them in his name. Stole everything. Left her with nothing. Ms. Bickham provided a large number of documents to police and to the state, including documentation of the various vehicle purchases and documentation of her communications with the defendant. Some of the communications demonstrate that Ms. Bickham made multiple demands to have her property returned throughout 2021 and 2022. She wasn't playing. She was trying to get her money back. And she indicated multiple times that the defendant so she told NESTO multiple times that she would involve third parties if necessary. Now, on October 13th, 2021, Ms. Bickham told NESTO, "Will you be providing me with a car this evening? I cannot take this as a total loss and do nothing. You can either give me the title to that coach, not a bag, the bus, give me my money, or I will contact all parties who have received money and an asset from me to get all paperwork. Okay? Run me my money or give me that RV. Or I'm going to call everybody. And I'm going to tell anybody who received money and an asset from me to get all paperwork." So we were wondering why she wrote out a $20,000 check to Daniel Diamonds, why she wrote out a check to Olivia Washington for $6,000, why she wrote out a check for, don't quote me on the amount, to Dominique. I don't know what NESTO told this lady or what he did to her or what magic tricks he got going on to get her to cough up all this cash. But she was like, "Look, I need my stuff or my money." All right, Exhibit I. Let's take a look at the text messages. Okay, so let me see if I can turn this around. Okay. Ah, I'm sorry. Do y'all see this? She put his name in her phone. Ernesto Buckhead Scammer. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Listen, I cannot see your comments right now. So shout out to all the BGT members in the building. King Shiho is here, new member. Thanks to Queen Judy Griffith. Who else is up in here? I've got Southside Chi-Town 73. All right. And all of those of you who are not members, but you're subscribed to the channel, thank you so much for your support. It is much appreciated. Penelope S said, "Was he ding-a-linging these women down?" Yes, he was giving them the Dunkin' Donuts. Okay? Dunkin' and the nuts was Dunkin'. Okay? Yes. Shiho said, "Did Sonia Shapiro hand in all documents?" Shiho, she sure did. She sure did. Okay? Even called to clarify what they needed because she didn't want to go to jail. Yep. Shiho said it was that liquid V. I don't know what kind of crack cocaine they put in that liquid V, but anyway, let's take a look at the text messages. It's funny, but it's not funny. Okay, it's not funny that she was victimized. This whole situation, just in and of itself, is just not funny because it's ha funny. It's funny because it's so hard to believe. You can't do nothing but laugh. Okay, so I'm still on the plane. I want to land until o'clock. I'm using an app now. That's got to be NESTO with his illiterate self. Got to be NESTO. I am still on the plane. I want land. I guess he meant I won't. I won't land until whatever o'clock. She says, will you be providing me with a car this evening? I've waited all day. I've been very patient. See, this is something I would do. I'm not hitting you up with the 4-word sentence text. You gonna get it all of this smoke. I've waited all day. I've been very patient. I've made it clear what I am facing. You've gone dark. She said you've gone dark 30. You've gone dark 30, aka MIA. I cannot take this as a total loss and do nothing. You can either give me the title to that coach, give me money, or I will contact all parties who have received money and an asset from me to get all the paperwork. I do not fear you. And the same way, my problems are not of concern to you, no one else's problems are of concern to me. If you or whoever you know hunt me down to bring some form of harm to me, then so be it. But I will not accept you taking all that you have and not honoring your word or returning what you and your syndicate have taken. Oh, Miss Bickham, who's the syndicate? Can you name the syndicate? We want to know who's the co-conspirator. Then she responds with BTW. I do not believe you are out of town. This is not what good people who mean well do to good people who mean well. Well, Miss Bickham, I think you learned he is not a good person. He's a scam. You named him right. He's a scammer. He's not a good person. All of these people coming forward talking about this is what he did. Nobody has anything nice to say about Ernest Williams. Nothing. I have been financially harmed by you, and it has taken a horrible toll on me. I'm gonna go ahead and cover this up just for a second because I don't know what other information she's going to reveal, and I just want to protect. That's not okay. Let's get a bigger picture. All right, that ain't helping either. Yeah, that might be a little better. Let's see. I gotta find something else to put up here. That's big. Something else. Look, she was like, this is gonna be you. All right. She said, I am being as rational and forthcoming as humanly possible in hopes that you will understand that business relations of any sort between you and I is not and will never be possible because you don't honor your word or follow through with your commitments made to Gail Bickham. If you do not have the money because you do not have that amount of money, tell me. And that will be that for now. But if you have my money and you are just refusing to return after consistently demonstrating your inability to perform for whatever reason, this is not good, brother. This is not good. What if someone did this to your daughter? How would you feel? Ma'am, do you know what he's done to his own daughter? You got away well compared to what this man allegedly did to his own child. Okay. And I'm not just talking about the exploitation. I'm talking about what he allegedly did to this young lady to cause her to spaz out. All right. And develop mental illness in the first place. All right. So that's the end of that. Let's jump back to the document. Text messages on October 27, 2021. Ms. Bickham stated to the defendant, since you choose not to perform, perform? That's the second time she used that word. What kind of performance was he supposed to be doing? Did he use all of his liquid V on Sonia and he ain't had none left for her? I don't know if she was intimate with Nesto, but Nesto, he's slick. He is slick. And what she's doing is trying to pacify him. So she got angry, then she come back and she's trying to be nice because she doesn't want to make him angry because she wants to get her money back. So she says, since you, hold on one second. She says, since you are unable to perform, wow, that's like, wow, yikes. Okay. I don't know what kind of performance, but maybe perform as a business partner. Return calls or provide the check. I need an exact date when you will either return my money or provide me with the title to that coach you purchased in Arizona and requested receipts. I will not go out empty-handed or carry the horrible feeling of being robbed at trust and mouth point. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. She said being robbed at trust and mouth point. Baby. All right, let's look at the text messages. Let's take a look-see. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, let's take a look-see. Go back to the text messages. Okay. So Exhibit J. All right, this I want to show you guys. Let me take this down. I want to show you what I'm looking at. Okay. Oh, she says colors I selected. So she's like, look, you gonna get me another car. And this is what I want. This is October 20th, 2021. So I don't know where Sonia Durham fits into all of this and where she was at the time, or if she even has access to these text messages. But now you can know what your boo thing was doing when he ghosted you. Good morning. What is your schedule today? Greetings. I am open. Okay. Do you know if you're getting your car today? If so, let me know. I need for you to drop that car off at Butler Tire in Buckhead, and I will pick you up. That's if you're getting your car today. Wow, Nesto. For real? I need you to drop that car off at Butler Tire in Buckhead. For what? If she's getting a brand new car, why does she have to drop it off at Butler? You know what? Nesto counts on every woman being as dumb as he is. She said the car has not arrived yet. We'll need a car if you would like this one dropped off. It's okay. I'll make apartment 4 to be done later today or tomorrow for the nail in the tire. Greetings and good Friday to you. This is the next day. Have an amazingly productive and fruitful day. He doesn't respond. Greetings and good Saturday. Following up on a meeting for the check. Later that day, cutting out early, touching base with you. He doesn't respond. Same day, 8:47. Are you able to meet with me tomorrow around 7:30 or 8 p.m.? Maybe. So he ghosted her. He ghosted her. This is what we're looking at. Please call Gail. Thank you. I will need the check tomorrow. This is the next day. Would be nice to see you today. October 26th. Checking on a time to meet today. This is blocked out. I don't know what's on here, but it's blocked out. Happy Wednesday. So we done went from Friday to the next Wednesday. Today is a magnificent day, and all that is good is ours to be had. Please let me know when you will be available. Thanks. Oh, so she's trying to butter him up. She's hitting him with the grand rising. She's trying to get her money. And it's sad for a woman to be in that situation, because I know she is sick to her stomach writing this. If I don't hear from you today, I will choose to believe all of your actions over your words. Have a great day. Respectfully speaking, now this is October 27, 2021. Respectfully speaking, it's after 5 p.m. You indicated you will call me back. You indicated you will have a check for me days, weeks, months ago, and I still have nothing in return from you. Since you choose not to perform, return calls, or provide the check, I need an exact date on when you will either return my money or provide me with the title to that coach you purchased in Arizona and requested receipts. This is all you, not me. I will not go out empty-handed or carry the horrible feeling of being robbed at trust and mouth point. There is no robbery in fair exchange. We have no fair exchange of anything. Only you can resolve this matter. Best we handle it all between the two of us. On standby. The 28th. The problem is not going to magically disappear. Since you refuse to talk to me about is a typo. Since you refuse to talk to me about you have, perhaps it's best to talk to someone you will listen to. Uh-oh. Okay. Did he really send her scripture? Y'all take a look at this. Would you look at this? This woman is trying to get her money or her car back, and NESTO gonna send her some doggone scripture. Probably the same scripture that his wife sent him that day. You don't have to know is the title. The scripture comes from Psalm 138:8, New Living Translation. The Lord will work out his plans for my life. For your faithful love, O Lord, endures forever. That's what you think, NESTO? You know what? The Lord had a plan for NESTO. It wasn't this. So now the Lord is going to let you work out your plans on your own. The Lord fell back a long time ago. Okay. Hands up, hands off. All right. You know, your children don't want to do right. And you're like, fine. You think you know so much? Go ahead. You figure it out on your own. Anyway, when Moses led the 2 million Israelites out of slavery into the desert and toward the promised land, I can imagine them asking him, what route are we going to take? Where are we going to get food and water? How will we protect ourselves? Moses answered, I don't know. Just because you don't know how something is going to work out doesn't mean God doesn't have a plan. Moses has such a trust in God that he was comfortable not knowing. For real, NESTO? That's your response to this lady wanting her car back or her money? You devil, you. He took it one step of faith at a time. So that's what you hitting her with. Just keep the faith, because that's what your wife always telling you. You have to keep the faith, NESTO. When we're trying to figure everything out and manipulate a solution, we're being God. It's very freeing when you learn this principle that it's okay to say, as Moses did, I don't know how it's going to work out, but I'm at peace. You're taking yourself off the throne and putting God on the throne. Take the pressure off. You don't have to know. God knows. Sounds like a sermon I would have preached. He will work out his plan and get you to where you're supposed to be. Prayer for today. Father, thank you for what lies ahead and is unknown to me as well as you. I choose to rely on your strength and your word to guide me step by step. I trust that you will go before me with your plan and get me to where I'm supposed to be. In Jesus' name, amen. Well, he sure did get you to where you need to be, and that's behind bars. Okay? I thank you for what lies ahead and is unknown to me. Are you still thanking the Lord? You need to be thanking the Lord that you're behind bars. Okay? That's what you need to do, because that's what this prayer is all about. Okay? I need NESTO to keep the same energy. All right? Ms. Bickham, if you're listening, NESTO he need to keep the same energy. She said, just seeing this prayer is always good. However, I don't recall Moses breaking commitments. Well, come on with it. She's a very smart lady. On December 28, 2021, Ms. Bickham stated to the defendant, I want my money back. If you do not wish to handle this with me, then perhaps you will be willing to address it with someone else on my behalf. And then there are text messages from Exhibit K. Right? The gravity of your own golden rule, and I am certain you are not prepared. You can call or not call. You can make it right or not make it right. No matter what, when the year ends, the tipping point begins. She's spoken into existence. You can trust yourself and keep going. You can trust yourself and keep doing what you're doing, or trust God and do what you know you should do in this situation. The two are not the same. He finally responds, this is Christmas Day. This is Christmas Day. Got to be 2021. Good morning and Merry Christmas. Tell someone I really, truly have faith in one day you will understand the position of power. You will understand the position of power you have. Only God can show you the path of your greatness. No man or woman can do that. No man or woman, he meant to say, can do that for you. So I speak only positive for the people I care about, and I care about you. Thank you for being in my life. She responds, title, paperwork, or nothing. Which is it? I am clear on who and whose I am and the power vested in me. But all of that does not mean you walk away from $250K, $250,000 in cash assets. NESTO just wants her to walk away and keep the faith. You know what, NESTO? That's our answer to you. Okay? You crying about you want to get out of jail, you dying in there, you getting beat up in there, you having to pass around Sonia's pictures and trade sausages for cereal and whatnot. Well, guess what? Just trust the path that God has for you. She said, without a response of one of the three, I want my money back. I do not wish to handle. If you do not wish to handle this with me, perhaps you will be willing to address it with someone else on my behalf. For a contact, including an for a contract, including an oral contract to be valid, it must have three essential elements of an enforceable agreement. She did her homework: an offer, an acceptance of that offer, and consideration. When it comes to everything you did not do, all the above have been established, or it's theft by taking. You choose. Well, he chose theft by taking, and that's why that's why he got hit with a RICO. What does it matter? This is Atlanta, and this is what scammers do. This is January now. Your profile is that of a scammer. You stole money and property from, I guess you meant from me. It's called theft by taking. It's a form of fraud as you establish oral agreements and refuse to perform. You believe you will get away with stealing from me and possibly a multitude of others? You won't. He responds 2 days later, good afternoon. I'm just getting back. Happy New Year to you. I see all the texts you sent me. Wow. I never knew you felt that way. It's okay. I forgive you. God has a plan for everybody. You forgive her? Y'all, I don't know if I could keep reading this because I'm getting heated by the second. Okay, I forgive you. God has a plan for everybody in the world. Make sure you stop looking at so much TV. That is a negative energy. Have a great day. I won't be texting you anymore. You can call me with positive energy. I'm not taking any more negativity in my life. Believed it. No, next day. Good afternoon. Oh, it's the same message. I'm sorry. So then she says, thanks. Only the truth sets us free. Facts and numbers don't lie. Minus 250,000 from me, plus 250,000 for you with absolutely no results. A businessman that makes things right. A business scam does not. You created the reality, not me. Happy New Year, and may the truth set you free. No, the truth is not going to set Nesto free. The truth is going to bury him under the jail. Oh boy, now he gets nasty. Good afternoon. I tried to call you several times, but I think you're going effing crazy. So don't effing text me anymore. If you got something to say to me, call me. Don't threaten me or assume anything anymore because I know the effing truth. And if you want to play the games, come on with it. I'm ready for real. I don't run for anybody and I don't do anything to anybody. So stop the BS. Like I said, if you ready to play the game, let's go. I promise you I'm ready. Ooh, those sounds like fighting words to me. That sounds like threats to me. You see how ugly he got? Real quick. That's the real Nesto. All right. Back to let's see. Hold on. Back to the document. And if you guys didn't see all that, my apologies, because I'm just reading real quick and going back and forth. I just feel like there's gonna be something that she or he is gonna have in here. And I don't want to inadvertently put out information that doesn't need to be put out there, even though this is a public document. All right. So based on Ms. Bickham's voluntary interviews with the police and the state, the large number of documents she provided. So see, she didn't have an issue providing all the documents to the state. Sonia had an issue, okay? Because she's not very intelligent. The large number of documents she provided to police and to the state, and many text messages sent by her to the defendant indicating that she will pursue legal remedies. Ms. Bickham's cooperation with the prosecution is clearly voluntary, and there is no direct causal connection between any illegal police conduct and Ms. Bickham's willingness to participate in the prosecution and testify. Moreover, the defendant's accomplice and co-defendant, Ericka King, Ericka King. There she go. Moreover, the defendant's accomplice, so Nesto's accomplice and co-defendant, Ericka King, agreed to cooperate with the state in exchange for leniency in sentencing. As a part of that cooperation, Ms. King was required to proffer information to Roswell Police Department as part of its ongoing investigation. Of relevance to Ms. Bickham, Ms. King was interviewed several times and stated that the defendant had taken money from Ms. Bickham for the purpose and purchase of a G-Wagon. During an interview on April 11, 2023, the following exchange took place. Detective Fields: why so many buses? What women have you met along the way? Ms. King: the bus, that particular bus, that was an older bus. And I knew that someone wanted to buy the bus, and Nesto wanted $15,000. When he came back from California, he got a new bus. He told me he had a woman who bought the bus for cash, Gail Bickham. $250,000 she gave him, and he bought the bus with the money. She apologized for not believing in him, but they had something going on. Ooh, baby. Oh. Y'all, stay in the chat because I'm telling you, I know we're an hour and 46 minutes in. I haven't done a live this long in a while, but we're going to ride this thing to the end, okay? It gets juicier by the second, all right? Ericka King, according to her testimony, is confirming that they had something going on, all right? That she was putting on her freakum dress. Put your freakum dress on. Later in that same interview, the following exchange took place. Now, it's alleged, but I'm going to tell you, me personally, I believe Ericka King. I believe it when she says they had something going on. Because Nesto, yeah. How do you think he got the G-Wagon for Shirley for her birthday? Miss King: I think he took money from Gail. He just told me he had gotten the money from her, but I don't know what form the money was in. In a subsequent interview on April 20th, 2023, Detective Fields asked, what happened to Gail's Mercedes? Miss King: I don't know. He said Gail had a G-Wagon. To my knowledge, she was working with him. He drove most places in the bus. So on the trip to Arizona, it was my understanding that they were all traveling on the bus. They being all the girls, as in plural. Who are all the girls? Wow. I never met Gail. This is what Ericka King is saying. Everything I know about Gail is from Nesto. She was giving him money because she felt bad about not believing in him before. This is why Nesto says what he's been saying on these calls. Yeah, because people, right? You know, they don't want to believe in me. Then they come like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Right? I'm so sorry. This is why. It wasn't just about the fact that he was trying to say that, oh God, y'all know I'm so bad with these doggone names. This was Shirley Strawberry's rival. Hold on one second. I got to look it up. Ebony, what's Ebony's last name? What was her last name? Ebony, was Ebony Steele? Let me see if it was Ebony Steele. It might have been Ebony Steele. I think it was Ebony Steele. Yeah. So Ebony Steele allegedly called Nesto on the morning of their wedding to tell her or tell him that she was moving on and she was letting go of Nesto in her heart. And he took that and ran with it along with Gail Bickham's apology. Okay. One person apologized saying, you know, I'm sorry I didn't believe in you before. And you kept asking me for money. And I didn't think, you know, that you was going to make it, but you made it. Thank y'all. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Because my mom be on so many different things. Sonia, it's not civil. We read the text, dummy. Yes, Lisa Lulu. That is the picture of Ericka faking to be a lawyer. And yes, she does look like Tiffany Haynard. She sure do. We gonna get to them pictures in a second. That's coming up. That is definitely coming. But I'm gonna leave her up there for a little while I continue to read. So she says that all the girls were on the bus. She never met Gail. Everything I know about Gail is from NESTO. She was giving him money because she felt bad about not believing in him before. Well, I think she was giving him money because she thought he was going to build her business, not because she felt guilty about not believing him. Anyway, though police were aware of Miss Bickham prior to Miss King's interviews, they had not been aware of her. They would have learned about Miss Bickham through Miss King's. I'm sorry, let me go back. I read that wrong. Though police were aware of Miss Bickham prior to Miss King's interviews, had they not been aware of her, they would have learned about Miss Bickham through Miss King's cooperation. Miss King, Ericka King, specifically stated multiple times that Gail Bickham had given NESTO large sums of money and indicated that NESTO had purchased the G-Wagon using money taken from Gail Bickham. Based on those statements alone, police inevitably would have contacted Miss Bickham and discovered her status as a victim. As set forth, nothing, absolutely nothing, nada, zilch, related to Miss Bickham's is subject to suppression. All evidence related to Gail Bickham either was known or reported prior to the seizure of the Ford F-350 would have inevitably been discovered, was discovered from a source independent of the Ford F-350, or is sufficiently attenuated such that any taint is cured. Next victim, Olivia Washington. The defendant appears to assert that certain evidence and testimony related to victim Olivia Washington should be suppressed if the court determines that the Ford F-350 was unlawfully seized. Now, I've been talking about Olivia Washington from the beginning. I was probably the first person who noticed when I saw her name on the one of the witness impact statements, and this is early on, this is connected to his warrants. I noticed that that was the same name that Gail Bickham had written a check out to. And I'm saying to myself, something's not right here. Well, now we know. The defendant does not identify what evidence, meaning NESTO and his team, does not identify what evidence or testimony should be suppressed, but instead merely states that Ms. Washington was interviewed by Roswell Police Department on August 27, 2022, nearly 2 months after the search of the Ford F-350. Regarding a 2021 Harley-Davidson motorcycle the defendant stole from her, meaning NESTO. NESTO stole her Harley. The defendant's motion fails to articulate in writing specific facts connecting to the interview of Olivia Washington in search of the Ford F-350 as required by statute OCGA 17530. To the extent the defendant may argue that evidence and testimony related to Olivia Washington was derived from the search warrant executed at 980 Pine Grove Road, and that said search warrant relied on evidence obtained, stay with me, from the Ford F-350, his argument fails both legally and factually. Legally, for the reasons set forth more fully in section 7 down below, the defendant, meaning NESTO, lacks standing to challenge the 980 Pine Grove Road search because the residence was procured by fraud. And in any case, the search warrant for 980 Pine Grove Road did not rely on any evidence located in the Ford F-350. Factually, Olivia Washington was not interviewed because of any evidence located in the Ford F-350, but instead because she independently reported her motorcycle stolen to the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office, which prompted Roswell Police Department officers to contact her. As such, nothing related to Miss Washington is subject to suppression. Miss Washington purchased a 2021 Harley-Davidson motorcycle on May 6, 2021. Vehicle title and tag information, bill of sale. On August 26, 2022, Miss Washington called the police to report that NESTO has stolen her motorcycle. We're going to take a look at the police report. NESTO knows how to sniff out somebody who has purchased a new car. Like you can't even make this up. All right, I think this is it. Hang on. Got to turn it around. There it is. Okay. So blue Harley-Davidson, beautiful, beautiful. 2 cylinders. There's the purchase date. Okay. She is the owner, and there's the bank that she used to secure it. So there's not much to see on here. She's showing a bill of sale. She purchased the vehicle for for $27,699. Okay. $27,699. The setup and recon was $1,595 for a subtotal of $29,294. Her extended service contract, Smart Woman, was $1,009. Selling price $30,303. Tag and title $43. Total taxes $2,001.58. Other charges and fees $1,732, and she put down a $4,500 deposit, leaving her a balance of $29,579.58. And then there were other charges related to freight, title processing, and all those things that they get you for. Okay. Back to the document. So Exhibit M, we just took a look at that. She stated that on May 4th, 2022, she agreed to let NESTO use her motorcycle while she borrowed an ambulance that was in his possession. Mind you, this is the same ambulance that he drove Melody Scretchen to work in with her son in tow, because she needed to take him to school on her way to work, and it broke down. And she ended up having to walk back home with her special needs son. Way to go, NESTO. Olivia Washington attempted to get her motorcycle back from NESTO because the ambulance had an expired tag and no insurance and was therefore undrivable, but she was unable to contact or locate the defendant. This is why we come to the conclusions that we come to. It is very difficult to defend NESTO. His best friend, Dre, said it. Dre, if you're out there and you're listening, there is no defense for your boy, your partner. He is looking real guilty. As disclosed in body worn camera footage provided to NESTO in discovery, Detective Fields called Olivia Washington on August 27th, 2022, the day after Miss Washington made the report to Forsyth County. In that footage, Detective Fields explained she was contacting Miss Washington because Harley-Davidson had contacted her after the motorcycle was reported stolen. Olivia Washington stated that she also sent a demand letter to the defendant's last known address, Exhibit N. Let's take a look. And I will move some things around so that you guys can see a little bit better. Okay. Okay. So here we go. Here's the investigative report. It's dated August 26th, 2022. The last time she saw her vehicle was on May 4th. Theft by conversion. There is the crime. Okay. And they've blocked out her personal information, so we're good on that. And then she has information about the sale and all that stuff. Okay. So let's see. So here's the actual police report. Okay, here's the actual report. On August 26, 2022, I took a report for theft by conversion. I spoke with Olivia Washington. She stated that May 4th, 2022, she was moving out of her house at the above address. A friend of hers, Ernesto Williams, was helping her out. He allowed her to use an ambulance of his for an undetermined length of time. In exchange, Olivia let Ernest use her Harley-Davidson for an undetermined amount of time. Since then, Olivia stated communication stopped with Ernesto. She tried calling him, and the number she had for him was disconnected. She does not know where he lives or works. Olivia stated, how do you let somebody take your vehicle and you don't even know where they live? You don't know where they work, so you can't pull up on them to be like, where's my stuff? Olivia stated that he left her with the ambulance with an expired tag and no insurance, and she wants her motorcycle back. I requested that Olivia send me an emailed statement and a photo of the motorcycle. I will add it to the report attachment folder when I receive it. Olivia said that she knew Ernest sometimes drove a Ford truck with tag number and it's listed, but concealed. I attempted to contact the registered owner of that vehicle, Shirley Strawberry, but there was no answer. Olivia said Shirley was Ernest Williams' wife. Nothing further. Okay. So here's the incident report. It has Nesto's name, black male, 5'10", approximately 195 pounds. So Nesto is not that tall, which means that if he's only 5'10", Ericka King is short. Ericka King is short. All right, so this is just information about the vehicle. So here you can see her vehicle was stolen. The Ford F-350. Here's the registration information. It shows that it's, well, this is not the information. This is what they keyed in. Okay, this is what they keyed in based on what they found. All right, so we can skip over that. This is a cause supplemental report, and it is not supervisor approved. So I guess this is like a draft. It says the information below is confidential for use by authorized personnel only. Okay. So here's more information. I called the victim, Olivia Washington, to discuss the case. She stated that she met Ernest Williams in October of 2021 while delivering food with Uber Eats. She stated he held the door open for her and she struck up a conversation with him. She stated they became friends, but they became friends after that, but were never involved in any kind of romantic relationship. I don't know if I believe that. But anyway, that's just what I believe. She stated that she met his wife, Shirley, as well. Oh, okay. Well, okay then. So Shirley Strawberry met Olivia Washington. Okay. Olivia told me that Ernest helped her out in April of 2022 when he purchased an ambulance that he gave to her. Wait a minute. Hold on. So the victim, Olivia Washington, told the officer that Nesto helped her out in April of 2022 when he purchased an ambulance that he gave to her after she was in a bad domestic violence situation. She stated that Ernest went with her when she went to buy a Harley-Davidson motorcycle, as she had never ridden a two-wheeler and only had experienced three-wheeler motorcycles. Now I'm going to stop right there, because if you guys remember from the jail calls, Sonia, one of the reasons why she claimed that she didn't want to deal with Nesto anymore and she was going to fall back and yada, yada, because of something, she says, because of what happened in April. I'm wondering if she's referring to this incident here, because she found out that he allegedly purchased an ambulance for Olivia Washington and then went with her to buy a Harley-Davidson. Now, why would she need, well, okay, I was going to say, why would she need an ambulance when she's able to buy a Harley? But I guess that was sometime. Let me see something. When did she, does it say when she purchases Harley-Davidson? I know it said it somewhere. I'm just curious to know when she purchases Harley-Davidson. Because if she can purchase a Harley, what would she need his ambulance for? I'm just saying. Yeah, the date is on here. It's on the receipt. She purchased she purchased his Harley-Davidson on May 6th of 2021. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. This is like a jigsaw puzzle. This is like, it's like a jigsaw puzzle. Olivia told me that he helped her out in April of 2022 when he purchased an ambulance that he gave to her after she was in a bad situation. Okay. She stated that Ernest went with her when she went to buy Harley-Davidson. So obviously that must have been before this incident when he gave her the ambulance to use. Okay. It's just the way they word it. You would think that it happened differently in chronological order. All right. He borrowed the bike initially, and she stated when she asked him to bring it back, he was very apprehensive about it, but brought it back. She stated that he borrowed the motorcycle again and still has not brought it back. Well, why would you give him your motorcycle a second time after he was acting funny the first time? She stated that she allowed him to borrow the motorcycle and they did not discuss how long or when he needed to bring it back. This is why Sonia said what she said about, well, no, you just didn't give it back when she wanted it back. Even though I think she was talking about the teacher, but whatever. She stated that at this time, she hasn't been able to get in contact with him. Olivia stated she received a call on Saturday morning from a female officer who told her Ernest was in jail in Fulton County. She provided me the number. Olivia stated she lived at the above address when she loaned Ernest her motorcycle, but she's currently living in her ambulance in Snellville, Gwinnett County. Now we know NESTO. I know you're probably wondering why is she living in an ambulance. NESTO will convert anything. Okay, he converted a 18-wheeler to a beauty shop. While speaking with Olivia, I attempted to locate more information on Ernest on Clear, but did not find accurate information. There are multiple names that matched or were similar to it across the country. Yep, we know that. I called the number given to me by Olivia and spoke with Officer Natalie Fields with Roswell Police. She advised that Ernest Williams is currently in jail at Fulton County on her warrants and that he was part of an active investigation in multiple jurisdictions. And he and blank, probably Ericka King, were con artists, having been conning people out of money and property. She stated that she has Olivia's motorcycle impounded at the time and has had it since July. It was impounded during a search warrant. And then there's the case number. Okay. I called Olivia back and advised her that Officer Fields will be handling the case, that in the event our jurisdiction, and that the event in our jurisdiction will be a civil issue. So I'm pretty sure that somehow through the grapevine, Sonia Bonehead got a hold of this document. Okay. That I wonder if this is the reason why everything is civil. Oh, it's civil. It's civil. Because Sonia really doesn't know much. She reads a report like this and she runs with it and sounds like she knows what she's talking about. If Olivia Washington had pursued this case in their jurisdiction, it would have been civil. So naturally, she's going to go with Officer Fields. All right, let's go back to the document. As set forth, and I'm going to read this a little more quickly now. As set forth, nothing related. Okay, so they're saying that basically nothing related to Miss Washington is subject to suppression. Okay, all evidence related to her was known prior to the seizure of the vehicle, or it would have been discovered. Okay, let's move on to Regina Delaney. The defendant appears to assert that certain evidence and testimony related to the victim should be suppressed. Okay, now, NESTO and his lawyer never identified what they thought should be suppressed. Miss Delaney was interviewed twice by Roswell Police regarding her 2020 Harley-Davidson motorcycle that NESTO stole from her. Those interviews occurred on September 15th and September 16th of 2022, more than 2 months after the search of the truck. NESTO also admits pertinent facts, and when I say NESTO, I mean his defense team, omits pertinent facts in an attempt to discredit Miss Delaney. NESTO fails to articulate any facts connecting the interviews of Miss Delaney to the seizure of the truck. To the extent that the offendant would argue or may argue that evidence and testimony related to Miss Delaney was derived from the search warrant executed at 980 Pine Grove Road, and that said search warrant relied on evidence from the truck, his argument fails as a matter of law. For the reasons set forth more fully in section 7 below, the defendant lacks standing, once again, because that property was secured by fraud. Okay, I'm moving forward because we still got a little ways to go. So Miss Washington, the second investigation into the crimes committed against Miss Washington by NESTO had been actively pursued prior to the seizure of the Ford F-350. And the evidence obtained by Roswell Police Department either already had been obtained by other law enforcement or would have inevitably been discovered as a result of the investigation. As such, nothing related to Miss Delaney is subject to suppression. Okay, Miss Delaney, this is the victim that has to do with the big text TL trailer. Okay, y'all have seen pictures of NESTO with his yellow Hummer on top of this trailer. That's the trailer that he allegedly stole. So ultimately, I don't understand. Did Sean Hoover not know all this, or did he know and he was trying to be slick? Y'all gonna have to let me know what y'all think. Okay. Miss Delaney purchased a 2021 Big Lex TL trailer. Okay. Let me see if I have a picture. If I have a picture of it. I do have one, but I'm just gonna pick one out. Big Lex TL trailer. Okay. I want to show y'all for those of you who are like, what is that? Because I know you guys have seen, I know you've seen these trailers. He uses it to, here we go. I got a good picture. Okay. Let me, give me 1 second. I'm pulling it up for you now. All right. Okay. So that's what it looks like. Let me make it a little bigger in case y'all are wondering. So you guys have seen, some of you may have, when his Instagram was still up, he had videos and all types of things. Oh, sorry. That's not what we're looking at. Not what we're looking at. He has all types of videos. No thanks. Oh my gosh, these chatbots are very invasive. All right. So here it is. So you've seen he had something like this one, the big one, where he was trailing his yellow Hummer. Okay, that's that. So she purchased a 2020 Harley-Davidson motorcycle on September 5th of 2020. Okay, this is the pandemic. She provided evidence, the vehicle title tag information, and the bill of sale. We're going to skip over that. On March 15, 2021, more than a year before the seizure of the Ford F-350, Miss Delaney reported to the Sandy Springs Police Department that the defendant had stolen her motorcycle trailer. Right. Now, in Exhibit Q, she told the police that the defendant called her on November 7th, 2020. This is in the police report. While she was in the hospital after a car accident, and falsely stated that her apartment leasing office contacted him and told him to remove the motorcycle and trailer from the parking lot. She permitted him to do so. One more time. NESTO called her, meeting Miss Delaney, the other Harley-Davidson owner, on November 7, 2020, while she's in the hospital, she just was in a car accident, and lied to her, saying, hey, the leasing office called me and said, I got to move the motorcycle and the trailer from the parking lot. Now, she's in the hospital. She just had an accident. She didn't call the leasing office to confirm. She said, okay. Miss Delaney made multiple attempts to get her motorcycle and trailer back from the defendant, but he stated that he would not give it back unless she paid him 20 grand. 20 grand to get back what was hers in the first place because he lied. After Miss Delaney's initial police report was filed, SSPD. Okay, I can't with these acronyms. Anyway, one of the local police departments, Detective Isaiah Tomlin now, was assigned to investigate the case. During the course of the investigation, Detective Tomlin advised that Miss Delaney would need to send a demand letter to NESTO instructing him to return her motorcycle and trailer in order to designate them as stolen, which she did on March 19, 2021, Exhibit R. We're going to take a look at the demand letter right now. What we're looking at right now is the interview. Okay. I don't know if you guys want me to read it. This was the phone interview. It's basically what I said. Okay. She spoke with him in regards to the Harley-Davidson. This is Olivia Washington. We kind of covered this already, so I'm going to skip over this. Okay. We pretty much covered it. Okay. Well, actually, I'm going to come back to her in a second. Let me finish with Delaney and I'll come back to Olivia Washington because there's some stuff in here that we did not cover. So there is some stuff in here that we did not cover. All right, hang on. What exhibit? Oh, exhibit R. Okay. Wow. We're already on exhibit R, y'all. I will come back to Olivia Washington and I will read what's there because I know some of y'all might want to see it. Okay. This is for Miss Delaney. This is the receipt that she owns the vehicle. Okay. She ultimately spent almost $7,000 on it. Okay. All right. This is more proof about the vehicle. And that was the trailer. This is the motorcycle. So she spent $7,000 on the trailer and it looks like around $30,000 on the motorcycle. Okay, I'm just going through because we still have a lot more to get to. All right, so that was the police report. We kind of went all over all this information. Okay, what she is saying is that the trailer was valued at $7,000. The big Lex that he stole was $7,000, and then a 2020 black, I guess that's her Harley, is listed at $40,000. I don't know how we got to $40,000, but that's what she's claiming. Okay. Okay. This is what we just read, but I'm gonna read this because there's some information that they didn't have up above. On March 15th, 2021, I hope y'all taking notes. I was dispatched to a motor vehicle theft at blank. Upon arrival, I met with Regina Delaney. Regina advised me that her Harley-Davidson motorcycle had been taken on November 7, 2020, while she was in the hospital. She then advised that the motorcycle was on a trailer, 14 feet, 8 wheels, and she was unable to provide the tag, with a lock on the hitch of the trailer. Regina then advised that it was taken by a salon business partner and friend by the name of Ernest Williams, 5'10", who lived on, and I'm assuming it's probably 980 Pine Grove Road. Regina advised that NESTO called her on 11/7/2020 while she was in the hospital, once again claiming that her leasing office called him to remove the trailer and motorcycle because it was taking up too much space. He lied. She was not able to give the exact hour it occurred. She advised that she tried to get the motorcycle and trailer back from him on February 25th, 2021, but he refused. Regina then advised that on March 12th, he showed up to her apartment with the motorcycle and trailer, which was the last time she physically saw her belongings, and told her that she could only have the motorcycle and the trailer if she paid him $20,000. Regina advised that she refused and drove off with the trailer and motorcycle. I was not able to identify Ernest Williams through GCIC. I also tried to contact the number provided for Ernesto, was unable to make contact. Regina was given a case number and victim. And did I read something wrong? Let me make sure I didn't read something wrong. Oh, I did read that wrong. He brought her motorcycle and the trailer, said you could have it for $20,000. And when she said no, he drove off with it. She didn't drive off. He drove off. Okay. Just want to make that clear. Regina was given a case number and a victim's right card. Due to not being able to confirm or receive a statement from the suspect, no warrant was issued. Wow. You see that? You see what people can do to you? No warrant. The motorcycle and trailer was not placed on GCIC because his date of birth was in question. They were unable to locate a match because there's so many Nestos. Okay. All right. So there's the incident report with the vehicle listed, the big Lex. Here are all the amounts listed. All right. Okay. So here is it's Sandy Springs PD. That's what SSPD stands for. I couldn't think of it. Sandy Springs. Okay. So here we go. This is Detective Tomlin. He's the investigator supervised by probably Detective Finley. On March 16, 2021, I contacted a manager at the Arabelle Perimeter Apartments located at blank. The manager advised that the complex had only ever had one vehicle towed from the location, and that they typically never make those type of calls. When they do, they use the company, A Tow, which is the same company used by the police department. The manager knew who Delaney was and added that she had presented false information on her rental paperwork and that she had been renting the apartment under the name of Crystal Flowers. Okay, so one of Nesto's victims is a little scam artist too. Now, that doesn't mean she deserved to be victimized, but you reap what you sow. From the conversation, I understood that the property had Delaney evicted for using the fraudulent name. So I guess that's why she had to live in Nesto's ambulance. I reviewed the body camera footage of Officer Laura from when he met with Delaney to make the initial report. In the video, Delaney claimed that the suspect brought the motorcycle back to her on a trailer and that he wanted 20 grand before he would give it back. Delaney claimed he then drove away from the area. I attempted to make contact with Delaney, but she did not answer. I left a voicemail requesting a call back. I requested assistance with reviewing traffic cameras in the area of Peachtree, Dunwoody Road, and Hammond Drive. Sandy Springs PD GIS analyst Bryant stated that she viewed the cameras at the nearby intersections and never saw a truck with a motorcycle on a trailer come through between 1900 and 2000 hours. So basically between 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. I later made a copy of the footage from these cameras for a similar time period and added them to my case file. On March 18th, 2021, I made contact. Now, mind you, this is a month or two. No, not two. This is a little over a month after Nesto is over here with his co-conspirator pretending to be April Holloway attorney. And that was a case that he had against a completely different leasing company, right? This was the house that they were being evicted from the house that him and Shirley rented because they don't pay rent. He doesn't pay rent. And he tried to use Ericka King as his attorney, and she pretended to be April Holloway because she's not a real attorney, and he knew that. He's claiming he claims he didn't, but then he says, "Oh, call my lawyer." How do you? Anyway, let's keep going. See, I mean, this is like a web of lies. I can't. Somebody's gonna do a movie on this foolishness right here. I made contact with Delaney, and she began explaining that she had originally purchased a Can-Am Ryder and the Harley-Davidson at the same time on August 2nd, 2020. Delaney stated that she had a bad accident on the Ryder that caused her to be hospitalized. I saw a report of this using a law enforcement database. I saw that the report of the accident was made on 8/9/2020. Can-Am Riker and the license plate and VIN number are concealed. And then there's the incident number. Delaney stated that this occurred on August 8th. After the wreck, Delaney stated that she was in a wheelchair and was not completely mobile for some time. In November of 2020, she had been contacted by her leasing office and was informed that they needed her to move her trailer and motorcycle to a different part of the parking deck due to it being in the way of traffic inside the parking deck. Delaney stated that she texted Williams on November 7, 2020, and mentioned to him that she would like him to move the trailer for her, but he was not able to do it on the day that she requested. Williams contacted her later on in the week while she was at Grady Hospital and said that a member of the maintenance crew at the apartment complex asked him to come and remove the trailer. Williams informed Delaney that he had transported the trailer to his own home. Delaney then asked Williams to bring the trailer back to her residence, which he did not, and an argument ensued. Delaney continued to contact Williams about the motorcycle and trailer, and around the end of November, he told her that she could pick up the motorcycle and trailer from him at his home. Delaney arranged for a tow truck to go to the location and pick up the items, but they were not there, and she confronted Williams about the issue yet again. Delaney continued to contact Nesto throughout December, and she reported that he told her that he wanted to keep the motorcycle for a while because he had made a down payment along with her when it was originally purchased, and that he wanted to keep it until he had his money's worth from it. The nerve of this man. Delaney continued to contact Williams throughout January, but he stopped replying to her during that period. Wow. Okay. This is what he does. This is what he does. Let's keep going. All right, stay with me. So here's the police report. All right. I don't know why these stories keep changing, but this says in February of 2021, Delaney stated that Nesto had moved forward with the salon business that she advised they were going to start together. Oh, really? So Nesto told her that he was going to start a salon business with her. Okay. She confronted him about the issue. Delaney also spoke with him about returning $10,000 that she had given him in order to start the business. Delaney continued to attempt to make contact with Williams through multiple means, stating that she had begun threatening Williams with reporting the motorcycle stolen in December. She had hoped this would eventually cause him to bring the motorcycle and trailer back. Of course, he didn't. Delaney reported that on March 12, 2021, Williams came to meet her at the apartment complex and that he had the motorcycle and trailer attached to the rear of his white dually truck. Delaney was not sure of the type of truck, but she thought maybe it was a newer Ford, possibly a 2018. Williams then demanded that she give him $20,000 before he would return the motorcycle and trailer. Delaney reported that he then drove away with the trailer and motorcycle still attached to his truck. Delaney reported that it happened around 7 to 7:30 p.m. on the date that he came by. She said that she spoke with the leasing office about the cameras on that date, but they told her it wasn't working. Now, why is he asking her for 20 grand? It's interesting because Gail Bickham wrote out a check to Daniel Diamonds for 20 grand to put down a down payment for Shirley's upgraded wedding ring. I wonder if that's why he wanted 20 grand. I asked Delaney for as much information as I could obtain about Nesto. Delaney described Williams as 5'10", 5'11", 175 pounds, salt and pepper hair and beard, brown skin, and brown eyes. Delaney reported when he was born. We know when he was born. He was born on January 9th. And that he lived at, the address is obscured. Delaney stated that she had the phone numbers and she gave whatever number she had. She also reported that Nesto is married to Shirley Strawberry, who is a co-host of the Steve Harvey Morning Show. Delaney also reported that Williams had a yellow Hummer and that he had an Instagram account of Nesto's Buckhead and that his wife's Instagram account was My Girl Shirley. Wow, she just gave it all. I later located both of these accounts on Instagram. Delaney said that the Williams lived in Chicago for some time, but she did not know what state was considered as a residence. Delaney also mentioned that she met him due to his ex-wife telling her that he was in the Atlanta area and looking for a salon business owner. Wait, what? Delaney also mentioned that she met Nesto due to his ex-wife. Well, which ex-wife was it? Maybe it was Carol, because that's the only one that had a divorce from him, I think, at this time. That's in the salon business. Okay, so Carol tells Delaney he's looking for a salon business partner. Interesting. The ex-wife of some dude you randomly met tells you, well, I can't say randomly met. She met him because of this woman. So how did she meet his ex-wife in the first place? You meet the ex-wife and she tells you, oh, by the way, my ex-husband is looking for a salon business partner. To me, that would have been a red flag because I would have been wondering, well, why are you not doing business with him? Anyway, so they ran her name and date of birth through the NCIC system. Delaney stated that she was on the way to the tag office to obtain a VIN for the trailer that was taken. I provided Delaney with my email address and asked her to forward images of the trailer. He says that the detective says he researched the number on a law enforcement database and saw that it was serviced by Metro PCS and was under the name of Buckhead Nesto. He called the number, the call went to voicemail, and he did not leave a message. I requested the assistance of intelligence analyst Geltz. I provided Geltz with the information that I had on Williams, and he was able to discover the most likely identification for Williams and for Strawberry. All right, let me see. This is a lot. Let me see what else is in here. So he says, now on the 19th, he began searching Nesto further. He noted that he had multiple transactions at pawn shops. The most recent being on January 25th of 2021. The number listed on the receipt from a pawn shop, which was documented on Leads Online, stated that he had provided the number of blank. He called the number, no one answered. He left the voicemail requesting a call back. He also contacted Regina Delaney again on the same day around 5:17 p.m. Delaney stated that she tried to send him documentation for the trailer, but it was not sending to his email. I then emailed Delaney and she was able to respond with pictures of documentation of the trailer. Delaney also sent some messages between her and Williams. I asked Delaney about whether or not Williams had provided any monies for the purchase of the motorcycles, and she insisted they were bought on her credit card. Delaney also mentioned that she had been in contact with the dealership where she purchased the items to make sure Williams had not tried to sell them back. So she's getting hip to the game. I began to inform Delaney that she would need to take one more step before the items could be added to the GCIC system. And she began questioning why. I notified Delaney that I believe this step was required due to her telling me that day before that she had arranged for him to come to her apartment complex and move the motorcycle trailer to a different area of the parking deck, right? Because how would he have keys? How do you have keys? He would have had to come to the hospital and get the keys from her, no? Delaney began saying that she had not said that to me and that she had never wanted him to come and move the trailer. I informed Delaney I would contact her again. So that was the only challenge with this victim, is that she fibbed a little bit, okay, and the fact that she rented her apartment fraudulently, yeah, that's not a good look. Anyway, I then reviewed the recorded conversation from the day before. And she did say, I made mention to him that I was going to have him come over and move it for me for whatever reason that day he was going to come move it. And he couldn't move it. Okay, let's keep going. I searched the vehicle license plate through Genetec license plate recognition cameras, and the plate had not been read during the past year. I also did not see any flock license plate cameras reading for the motorcycle or the trailer for the past month. With this information, I called Delaney back around 6:43 p.m. and informed her that she would need to send Williams a demand letter before the items could be placed in the GCIC, because her story, something is not adding up. And this is why they said that she lied in the police report. Okay, so then she sends the demand letter. Pictures of the letter were also provided. I wanted to see the demand letter. That's what I was looking at. All right, we're about to get to April Holloway in a second. All right, so on March 24th, around 2:43, Detective Sutton and I responded to a certain address. We made contact with Miss Shirley. I asked if I would be able to speak with Mr. Williams. They must have gone to 2155 Bent Creek Manor because that's where they were living at the time. But she stated that he was not there. She then called NESTO. I asked Shirley if I could get NESTO's phone number from her, but she did not provide it to me. I provided a contact card with my information to Shirley Strawberry, and she stated that she would have Williams contact me. During my conversation with Strawberry, I asked if Williams drove a white truck. She confirmed that he did. I asked if he knew about Regina Delaney, if she knew about Regina Delaney, and she stated she did not. Shirley stated that she and Williams generally do not discuss any of their business arrangements with each other. Strawberry also confirmed that NESTO owned NESTO's Buckhead, and she said that it was not even open as of this time. Wow, that's telling. So NESTO is driving Shirley here, there, and everywhere, and she's smiling for the camera, and she posing like everything is all well. And I told you guys that Shirley is cut from that cloth. You don't ask your husband questions, right? You don't question your husband. You go along to get along. And, you understand that, your man might have a wandering eye. Okay. That was that culture back then. A lot has changed, where you stood by your man. And she said that out of her own mouth. Okay. Very interesting. They generally do not discuss any of their business arrangements with each other. So NESTO, you married a criminal. You married a criminal. Even though he claims to have turned over a new leaf, he married a criminal. You know you married a criminal and you just letting him handle your business without looking into anything? Surely. All right, here we go. This is March 16th, 2021, Tuesday. At around 3:32 p.m., I received a call from Nesto. It was a three-way conversation as he had his attorney, April Holloway, on the call as well. Who did he have on the call? Who did he have on the call? That's not April Holloway, but he had Ericka King pretending to be April Holloway on the phone. Oh, wow. I would hate to be Nesto's defense lawyer. I really would. I asked Williams if he knew Regina Delaney, and he confirmed that he did know her. Holloway informed me that Delaney had come to Williams' business a few weeks ago and was harassing him. What business? Because Shirley already let the cat out of the bag. The business wasn't open. So what business? Yeah. Holloway stated that she was currently helping Nesto obtain a protective order to be served to Delaney. I began asking Nesto about what had taken place with Delaney that led us to this current point. And he stated that he had gone with Delaney for her to get a motorcycle for herself and also one for a company that they planned to start together. He then meant, why do you need why do you need a motorcycle for a hair salon? He then mentioned that she wrecked her motorcycle soon after buying it. Williams continued speaking about what had taken place in the past, and he mentioned that he attempted to take the motorcycle back to her multiple times. He stated that one of those times was around 3 months ago, but there are no recent occurrences of him attempting to return the motorcycle and trailer. I asked Nesto why he was not able to return the motorcycle, and he stated that Delaney had promised to give him money back that he had loaned her to the original, that he had loaned her to originally buy the motorcycle. Williams said that she did not meet with him. While talking about the motorcycle, he stated that he is letting the bike sit and has not been on it for about 2 months. So he admitted to having the bike. During the conversation, Williams also stated that he had been making payments for the motorcycle. With whose money, Nesto? I asked about the type of documents or evidence a cooperative effort to purchase the motorcycles in the first place, and Williams and Holloway stated that there were texts and voice calls about buying the motorcycle. There did not appear to be any written or formal contracts. I asked Nesto about the business that he was planning to enter into with Delaney. He stated that they were planning to start a business where people would meet, ride motorcycles together, and then travel to the mountains together to rent cabins and ride mountains. Wow. I wonder if Sonia knew about all this. Sonia, did you know about all of this? I hope she's watching too. Williams stated they had never planned to go into any type of salon business. He said that he paid for the first motorcycle using his SunTrust account, and the second motorcycle is the one that she bought. He claimed that he reimbursed her for the money that she paid for the motorcycle out of her account. Williams stated that he provided the money for the purchase of both of the motorcycles. Wait, what? He reimbursed her for the money that she paid for the motorcycle out of her. Oh, he's such a liar. I basically asked Williams if he had possession of the Harley and the trailer, and if he was simply waiting for her to return his money before giving it back to her. Holloway then jumped in and stated that she was hoping that the two of them could arrange a reasonable agreement regarding money and property. Williams added that was contacted multiple times by the victim, asking him to come and remove the motorcycle and trailer from the parking lot deck due to the leasing office stating that it did not need to be there. Williams and Ericka King, aka Fake Holloway, advised that he had video of these incidents, and that there was a time where he had dropped the trailer off at the location, and that she called him again to come and take it back to his home because the apartment complex was threatening to have it moved again. Somebody's lying. I'm just saying. Williams and Holloway ensured that they will provide evidence to me that Williams did not actually steal the motorcycle or trailer. Holloway advised that she would compile the files and email them to me. I provided her with my city email address. On April 1st, 2021, April Fool's Day, around 2:26, I attempted to make contact with Miss Holloway, aka Ericka King, as I had not received any of the records that she and NESTO stated they could provide regarding conversations with Delaney about the motorcycle and the trailer. Holloway did not answer the phone. I left a voicemail message asking to be called back. I also attempted to contact NESTO and he did not answer the phone, and I was unable to leave a message. I checked the UPS tracking number and saw that the demand letter was delivered to the address on March 29, 2021 at 7:24 p.m. Around 4 p.m., I received a call back from Holloway. She advised me that she had the information that she needed from Williams and that she will forward the information to me via email before the end of the day. You think she got it? On April 5th, 2021, at around 1:44 p.m., and between that time and 1:56 p.m., I received 2 emails from Holloway. The emails included Dropbox links for videos and screenshots provided to Holloway by Williams. The information also included information regarding Delaney, her criminal history, a receipt from the demand letter that Williams received. I also received a voice message on this date from Williams requesting that I give him a call back. You see, he's trying to discredit her. At around 3:45 p.m., I contacted Holloway and spoke with her about the information that she provided to me. I compiled all the files from Holloway and placed them in my file case. This thing is like, I don't even know what to say. This is crazy. I reviewed the files that were given to me by Holloway, which were files provided to her by Williams. In the files, there were pictures, videos, screenshots, and other files. In those, there were videos of the motorcycle, the trailer with signage from the Arabelle in the background. This appeared to be from the times that Williams stated he attempted to return the motorcycle and trailer. There was also a screenshot of a text from Delaney to Williams, which stated, "You are now in violation of our verbal agreement. You have not given me the $3,000 deposit I requested, and monthly payment has been late each month." This is messages from the victim to NESTO. He's showing this to they showed this to the police. She says, "I have given you till 4 p.m. to tell me where I can pick up my bike and trailer. This is your last notice." Another message from Delaney to Williams stated, "Return my items. I'm not giving you no money back. You made the payments because you had it in your possession using it daily." So basically, she had him renting out her vehicles, what she's saying. April 8th, 1 o'clock p.m. I received a call from Delaney requesting to know why I had not responded to her email from around 10 a.m. She asked why I wanted to meet with her instead of continuing to email. Delaney also asked why I had not placed the items into the GCIC system as stolen. I reached a point in the conversation where I asked Delaney about a screenshot that I had been provided by Holloway in regards to a verbal contract. Delaney stated that she sent him that message because I said, "If you want to keep the bike, you'll need to give me the amount of money that I placed down." But he didn't want to give me anything. She said that she did not want to give him the bike, and that if he was going to keep it and not return it, she wanted the money, and rightfully so, because he stated to her that he was not going to give it back. Based on the apparent civil nature, it's civil. Regarding the motorcycle and trailer, the items would not be placed into the system as stolen because it's he said, she said. Okay. They looked at the camera footage for the time period. No trucks fitting the description of the vehicle mentioned or even pulling a large trailer was seen in the area. Williams stated that he had past business with Delaney and that they had gone in to buy the motorcycles together. Although I did not see any business paperwork, NESTO provided text messages and videos that led him to believe that he had some type of civil agreement with Delaney in regards to the motorcycle. Excuse me. With the above information in mind, the case will be changed to false representation to police, and I plan to go forward with obtaining criminal charges against Delaney for reporting the theft of her motorcycle and trailer when in fact she had an agreement with Williams regarding both items. Wow. Hold on. Ooh, I had to sip some water, cough a little bit. Excuse me. Kia, you funny. She said WD went from her Nesto voice to Shenanigans voice. Y'all funny. So let's read why this happened. So he says, at this point in the investigation, it appears that Delaney has not been truthful about multiple instances. When I first spoke with Delaney, she stated that she had requested that Williams come to her apartment and move the motorcycle. The second time I spoke with her the next day, she stated that she never gave him permission to do anything with the motorcycle. Delaney also advised that Williams brought the motorcycle to her complex on 312. And then again, like I said, they reviewed the traffic cameras and they didn't see anything supporting that statement. And so because it seems like she's lying, they took Nesto's word over hers. On April 14th, I presented facts and circumstances involved in this investigation before Sandy Springs Municipal Court Judge C. Howard. Judge Howard saw probable cause to issue 2 warrants for Delaney's arrest. The warrants are false statements to the police or any city department pursuant to Sandy Springs and disorderly conduct. The warrants were entered into the system. The incident will be cleared as warrants obtained. Wow. On April 22nd, around 12? Almost 1 in the morning, the detective says, Tomlin, I received notification from GCIC that Delaney had been arrested for the warrant I obtained for her arrest. The investigation will be updated to be cleared by arrest. I mean, okay, this is the last one. This is the last part of this one. Hold on. All right, last one. On April 21st, 2021, Detective Phillips conducted surveillance at, and they blacked out the address. This is for Regina Delaney, who was wanted. Earlier on that day, I conducted a check of the location and observed both Delaney's vehicles there. I then conducted a knock and talk, but received no answer. I returned to the location and positioned my patrol by the front gate where I observed Delaney driving inside the gate. I proceeded to follow her where I positioned my patrol vehicle in front of hers before exiting it. I approached the driver's side door, asking the driver what her name was. She identified herself as Delaney. I advised her that she had 2 active warrants and requested that she exit the vehicle. I allowed Delaney to give her property to her daughter. I placed Delaney in handcuffs behind her back, double locked and finger checked. I secured Delaney in the rear of my patrol vehicle, which was checked prior to the start of my shift. My vehicle was also equipped with a safety barrier separating the prisoner and I proceeded towards Smyrna Jail, where I released Delaney into custody of the on-scene deputies without incident or injury. Nothing further to add at this time. Well, damn. So they know now that they got a call from Ericka King pretending to be April Holloway. Okay. They also note that she has pleaded guilty since that time to conspiracy to commit unauthorized practice of law, filing false statements, identity fraud, and making false statements for conspiring with NESTO, the defendant, to assume the identities of April Holloway and several other attorneys. Ericka King's final disposition is in Exhibit S. Detective Tomlin believed Ms. King's lies and instructed her to provide evidence, which she did not. He wanted her to provide evidence that NESTO did not actually steal the motorcycle. She sent a letter to him on behalf of NESTO using a fraudulent law firm letterhead in the name of Goldberg Sutton LLP and using April Holloway's identity that included patently false and defamatory statements about Miss Delaney. This is why Miss Delaney got arrested, because Ericka King is over here pretending to be a lawyer and her and NESTO lying. So it says see Exhibits T, the letter to Detective Tomlin. So we're going to read that right now. All right, let's Let's take a look. All right, before we do, here's the demand letter if y'all wanted to see it. To Ernest Williams, NESTO, Ernesto Williams. This letter is an attempt to collect property that has been wrongly misplaced. The return of 2020 Harley-Davidson and trailer should be returned within 5 days of receipt of this letter. If items are not returned within 5 business days, there will be a $100 convenience fee per item per day until items are returned in the owner's possession. All court and attorney's fees will be included if further action is required. And she signed it. It wasn't notarized, but she signed it. Now, I was going to read to you something that I saw about Olivia Washington. I mean, I thought she got mixed up with NESTO, but this Regina Delaney, good Lord Almighty. Oh, my goodness. I don't know if I can't find it, I'm going to move on. Okay, here we go. I'm going to read this quick and fast. Okay, because this is a lot. So this is Olivia Washington's phone interview. August 27, 2022. I spoke with Olivia Washington in regards to her 2021 Harley-Davidson, which was seized during a search warrant 030256. Warrington had reported the bike stolen in Chamblee. I stated to Washington that I had her bike at the Roswell Police Department. Washington stated that Williams said he wanted to borrow her bike on May 4th, 2022 to save on gas but never returned it. Washington stated that she had been trying to call him, but he was not responding to her. He was not responding to her because he was incarcerated. Washington said that she sent a demand letter to his last known address. I asked Washington how she met Williams, and she stated that she met him at a Starbucks in October 2022. He met Melody Scretchen at a Starbucks. She was working in Uber Eats, and he opened the car door for her. Williams started having a conversation with her, and they exchanged phone numbers. Just friends, no relationship, but not according to Ericka King. Washington was in a living situation, and Williams let her live in one of his ambulances. Washington was trying to get in touch with him as the tag had expired. I asked Washington what Williams wanted to speak to her about, and she stated that he wanted to understand what she did as he could help her make more money. Williams offered Washington to work for him at his security company, but Washington said no. Washington said she was working in security for other people as well as driving school buses. I asked Washington how she was paying for the bike, and she stated that she was paying the monthly payments as well as the insurance. Washington stated that he did help her with the $4,500 down payment, but she was paying him back. So he helped Olivia Washington with down payment, but lied and said that he also helped Regina Delaney with the down payment, allegedly, because she don't always tell the truth, so we don't know what it is. I asked if Washington knew of Regina Delaney, and she stated that Williams told her she was incarcerated and had kids. Wow. NESTO told her that Regina Delaney, who he stole her Harley and the trailer, was in jail and had children. Washington asked if Delaney's bike was black. She said yes. She stated that she had been seen on this bike. She stated that she had seen the bike on his truck. Washington also told me that Delaney had a Can-Am that she had crashed. Washington stated that Williams had Washington drive the F-350 with the black bike over to Williams' home. Washington stated that NESTO had multiple vehicles and a lot of police-type cars. Washington said NESTO asked her for her social security number and driver's license number in May 6, 2022, because he was going to get her a trailer for her bike. Why do you need her social to buy a trailer? Washington also stated that Williams asked her to Zelle money to the girls, whoever they are, and was never reimbursed. That's why she received a $6,000 check, most likely from Gail Bickham. Washington was helping Williams with moving cars and met the girls, but she believed Williams was just her friend. Washington did file a police report with Chamblee at first, but then later went to Forsyth and filed a report. Who are the girls? That's what I want to know. Everyone keeps talking about the girls. Who are the girls? All right, let's get to exhibit. Where are we? Are Lord. Listen, I might have to do a part 2 on it. This is a lot. This is a lot. They got the letters from the fake the fake law firm. I mean, they got everything in here. Okay, we read the demand letter. We did that. Okay, here is, I gotta make this smaller. This is way too big. So this is the document where they went after Ericka King. Okay, Ericka Hughley with the C, with the K, with a CK. All right. Then they negotiated her plea. So count 7 was conspiracy to commit unauthorized practice. She would have served 12 months. But they committed, looks like committed to time served. Filing false documents, 10 years to serve 1 year. And it says committed to time served, balance of 9 years on probation. So when you guys heard the hearing about what Ericka King got, this is basically what she got. Okay. They gave her a lot of time served. So she's on probation for 9 years for filing false documents. She's on probation for 9 years times 3 for identity fraud. Okay. They gave her 10 years and they gave her 1 year time served and 9 years probation. This is why she didn't get any jail time. This is why she did not get any jail time. Oh, you guys can't even see this. Hold on 1 second. Right. This is why. This is why she didn't get any jail time, because she squealed on her partner. All right. I'm not going to read all this. So you see the identity fraud. It's all the same. Conspiracy to commit unauthorized practice of law. That's another 12 months time served. False writings and statements. More identity fraud. This is a lot of charges. I personally don't feel that she should have gotten off with no time, but it is what it is. All right. So the defendant is sentenced to a total, that's not cumulative, 10 years to serve 1, and she was committed to time served with a balance of 9 years on probation. Okay. So she got a 1 year commuted to time served. That's what she got. Here's the conditions of her probation in case you wanted to know. The defendant is subject to arrest for any violation of probation. If probation is revoked, the court may order incarceration. The defendant shall comply with the following general conditions of probation. Do not violate the criminal laws of any governmental unit and be of general good behavior. So if they find anything else in her past that she did, that she didn't tell them about right now, I wonder if that would qualify, because they went after NESTO on some old stuff too. Avoid injurious and vicious habits. Avoid persons or places of disreputable or harmful character. Report to the community supervision officer as directed and permit the community supervision officer to visit you at home or elsewhere. Work faithfully at suitable employment insofar as may be possible. Do not change your place of abode, move outside the jurisdiction, or leave Georgia without permission of the community supervision officer. So she is remanded to the state of Georgia for 9 years. Wow. If permitted to move or travel to another state, you agree to waive extradition from any jurisdiction where you may be found and not contest any effort by any jurisdiction to return you to this state. Support your legal dependents as best as your ability. When directed in the discretion of the community supervision officer, submit to evaluations and testing related to rehabilitation and participate in and successfully complete rehabilitative programming. Wear a device capable of tracking location by means including electronic surveillance and GPS. Complete a residential or non-residential program for substance abuse and mental health treatment. Agree to the imposition of graduated sanctions as defined by law. Make restitution as ordered by the court. She had to pay $50 for a public defender application fee. And it says she may not serve as an accountant, a bookkeeper, a fiduciary, a holder or manager of funds, or work in any position of fiduciary trust for any other person, organization, business group, or other entity in any capacity without express approval from probation. Defendant shall not represent any person other than herself in any legal proceeding and shall not at any time hold herself out to any person as an attorney. Defendant shall not possess any personal identifying information belonging to any person other than herself, her children, or her spouse. Defendant shall not testify truthfully in any legal proceeding related to this matter. Defendant shall testify truthfully. So Ericka King is she's gonna have to testify. She shall testify truthfully in any legal proceeding related to this matter. Shall have no contact with April Holloway, Nicholas Benzini, Eileen Nicole Mormon, Mark Kroll, Alina Kroll, or Ernest Williams. Defendant shall commit no further violation of the laws of the state or any other state, the United States, or any political subdivision of this state or any other state or the United States. There you go. So, wow. So that's her fate. That's what she was remanded to. Here are the fake letters they sent. Okay. I want to make sure y'all can see. Look at the fake letters they sent. Okay. Here we go. Detective Tomlin. I am writing you on behalf of Mr. Ernest Williams regarding the dispute between Mr. Williams and Regina Delaney. We are appreciative of your persistence to contact Mr. Williams and make him aware of the accusations against him by Regina Delaney. You see whose letterhead this is on, right? She stole somebody's letterhead. Now, this right here, if you look in the upper right-hand corner, this would have been a red flag to me because why is most of the address blocked out? Now, did they do that before they loaded this into the system? Or did she send it to them like this? I don't know. Anyway, per our conversation on yesterday, my office is sending over information detailing Mr. Williams' 2020 affair. What? Detailing Mr. Williams' 2020 affair, Regina Delaney? I thought she said she didn't have any romantic relationship with him. She thought they were friends. Well, if she needed to know NESTO's definition of friends. I am sending over this information confidently regarding the 2020 Harley-Davidson. According to Mr. Williams, he and Ms. Delaney had a personal relationship with business entwined, which was short-lived, leading to the now civil dispute regarding the property. So basically, she told the officers that he was romantically involved with her, and she was just mad. On several occasions, Mr. Williams physically returned the motorcycle and trailer to Ms. Delaney. He states that Ms. Delaney begged him to accept the bike back and urged him not to leave it at her place of residence. Since that time, Mr. Williams has since had the motorcycle and trailer in his possession, all at his expense. What expense? What expense? Mr. Williams is wanting the money that he has paid to cover the Harley's monthly payments, expenses, insurance, as well as upgrades that he has installed on the motorcycle. Nobody told you to install upgrades. Who told you to do that? Once Mr. Williams gave Ms. Delaney a demand to return his money, she has sought out Sandy Springs police to intervene in this dispute between the two parties. On several recent occasions, Ms. Delaney has shown up to Mr. Williams' place of business in the Buckhead community, dressed in all black, acting irrational. Dressed in all black like the old man. The criminal record of Regina Delaney has also been brought to Mr. Williams' attention. Mr. Williams is a community businessman and would not rather be friends with someone who has a recent history of criminal activity. Wow, you dirty bum. You dusty, dirty bum. This correspondence also includes video and photo evidence of Mr. Williams' account of the matter. If you have any further questions or are in need of any further information, please feel free to contact my office via telephone or email. Respectfully submitted, April Holloway, the law office of Goldberg Sutton LLP. Dear Detective Tomlin, as per your request, I have attached a letter on behalf of Ernest Williams. Please advise. So once again, here she is, April Holloway, Esquire, case manager. Now, this is weird. She has Georgia telephone numbers. But we can clearly see this says Chicago. I'm just saying. And then they have, let me go to this website real quick and see what comes up. They have, wow. Hold on a second, y'all. Let me pull a website up and then I'm going to show you what I see. Wow. See, we didn't know that all this was going on, nor did we know, nor did Coach, okay, nor did Sonia know that all this was going on. Okay, she thought she knew so much. She had no idea. Why is it not? Hold on a second. Okay, I'm trying to copy and paste this and it's not allowing me to. So GoldbergSuttonLLP.com. Let's just do that. Goldberg, let me share. Goldberg Sutton LLP P.com. Well, there's no such website. There's a Yelp. Personal injury, immigration law, general litigation. Wow. Anyway, we know that they're frauds. So moving on. So she submitted all of these things. All these things she submitted. This communication is from a debt collector. This is an attempt to collect the debt, and any information obtained will be used for that purpose. Oh, Ericka. Really? She sent the Dropbox. Okay. Here's more letters and links to videos. Okay. There's not a whole lot to see. Talking about she was harassing Nesto. Wow. All the while she's pretending to be an attorney. She attached the text messages. So you see, so what they did is she purchased a URL, fake URL, and then you can always get email with the URL that you purchased. And I don't think anybody checked up on her. Okay, they just assumed because she said she was attorney that she was. Okay, this is all the same thing. I'm just going to keep scrolling. This is the warrant for Regina Delaney. So sad, but how you're a victim, but you're lying at the same time. That's not good. So here was the civil action between Regina and Ernest Williams. April Holloway of the law firm Goldberg Sutton LLP enters her appearance as counsel for defendant Ernest Williams. From this day forward, please send all the following. And she has this this address, which I don't know if this is a building or if this is her just securing a physical address, but there really isn't one. So she really was pretending to be this lawyer. You can't even give her the benefit of the doubt. Okay. This is the first time because I think she did it twice. All right. So here's what I want you to see. You see it says April Holloway right there. Hold on. Let me do that so you can see. It says April Holloway. Okay. This is how Ericka King got caught. Now, let's look at the next one. It says Ericka King. And that happened because they asked for Ericka's license number. All right. They asked for Ericka King's license number, and she gave them a fake number. The judge questioned her several times. Are you sure this is the right number? She says, well, hold on a second. Let me just go check. She goes, she says, well, I have to log out of the Zoom. I'll be right back. She logs out of the Zoom. When she logs back into the Zoom, she forgets to change her name. And they said, who's Ericka King? And she's like, oh, no, that's my assistant. That's just my assistant. Mm-hmm. He was doing all of this and then going home to Shirley. All the while, she thought she had an upstanding man. I'm starting to believe that Shirley knew that something wasn't right, but don't ask, don't tell. That's what I'm starting to believe. You are funny. I'm Sonia, Nesto's lead attorney. Ooh, The attorney that attempts to defend Nesto and his side hand should get some jail time. This is awful, but we're not done. Oh no, we ain't done. Let's go back to the documents, and let me keep reading. So Exhibit U, we saw all the emails. All right. It says, but the conspiracy, I'm sorry, let me go back. Emails to Detective Tomlin as a result of the defendant and Miss King's conspiracy to lie to and deceive Detective Tomlin. Miss Delaney, a victim of the defendant's crimes. Oh, so now she's a victim. Let me show y'all what I'm looking at. Now, thank you. Now she's a victim. Well, thank you. Now she's a victim because they were coming for her neck. She was wrongly charged with making false statements to police and was wrongly arrested on April 21st, 2021. I was sued. But the conspiracy against Miss Delaney didn't stop there. On January 11, 2021, prior to making a report to the Sandy Springs Police Department, Miss Delaney filed a warrant application against the defendant in Fulton County Magistrate Court for stealing her motorcycle and trailer. Exhibit V. Miss King once again falsely. Hold on one second, y'all. One second.
Hello, this is Active Pest Control calling to notify you of your appointment scheduled for the afternoon of the 6th of February 2020.
All right, thank you so much. Apologies for that. It's important. I have to know when they're coming so I can keep my open my gate because I want to get everything I paid for. They come every month to make sure that my home is critter free because y'all know I live way in the country and we got everything out here. All right. Once again, she falsely used the identity of April Holloway, filing a notice of appearance in the case on February 7th, 2022. Exhibit W, notice of appearance. On the same day, a video Zoom recorded hearing, which has been provided to Nesto and his defense team in discovery, was held before Fulton County Magistrate Court Judge Ashley Drake. Miss King using Ashley Holloway's identity and the defendant appeared on video sitting next to each other. They did. I'm going to put it back up on the screen. Okay. This is what happens with dumb criminals. Criminals, period. Criminals are just dumb. Okay. I'm also going to show you, let's see if I can get it really quickly. I want to show you what Judge Ashley Drake, what she looks like. I want to show you what she looks like. For those of you who might want to know, give me just 1 second to bring up that picture of her. All right. So Ericka was all intertwined. And we know that Sonia's defense for Nesto, thank God she is not his attorney. Okay, because he would get the penalty. He would get the whole penalty. He would get back-to-back life sentences if she was running things. But she tried to say that Nesto didn't know. I guess she thought she was helping him by trying to push that narrative. Well, yeah, because you didn't know. You didn't know that I'm actually going to show you guys a few pictures. I'm going to show you the attorney that Ericka King pretended to be. Okay. And I'm going to show you a picture of Judge Ashley. Some of you have seen these, but I'm going to show you anyway. All right, did it download? Okay. And I'm going to show you a picture of Detective Fields. And I think I have a picture of Gail Bickham. And I'm going to show you what Ericka King looked like now. Baby, life is lifing for her right now. All right, so I just downloaded those. Let me get them up in StreamYard quickly for you. All right. I'm going to get rid of a couple things. So a lot of you have said that she looks like Tiffany Haynard in that picture, and she does. She does. All right. And got it. Here's Judge Ashley. Okay. This is the judge that said, excuse me, who are you? Who's Ericka King? What happened to April Holloway? The jig was up. This is Detective Natalie Fields. Okay. This was Ericka King. And this was Ericka King. This is what she looked like now. Okay. This is what Ericka King. This is what happens when you lie, you cheat, and you steal. Okay. You lose all your grace, your beauty, your goods. And the crazy thing is, she looks like my stepmother. God rest her soul. She looks like my deceased stepmother. When I saw this picture, because this picture, I believe, was taken by Pam Esquire's cameraman. And I looked, it was like my dead stepmother looking back at me. Crazy. But that's what crime does, okay? Or you end up looking like this guy in the middle. And your son was right. They is going to baptize your ass, because I don't know how Sean Hoover is going to get NESTO out of this. Don't know. So that was actually Judge Ashley Drake. She's using April Holloway's identity. Did I show you April Holloway? I didn't. Hold on one second. Let me show you April Holloway. I didn't show you April Holloway. I'm going to delete one of these photos. Here is April Holloway, who she... That's one picture. Let me see if I got another picture better than that. Let me see. This one might be better because I think it's bigger. Oops. Hold on. You ever deleted something by accident and almost had a low-key panic attack until you remember that you can just hit the undo button? Yeah, that was me just now. Okay. This is who she impersonated. That's who she impersonated. She don't look anything like this woman at all, other than that she is of African descent. Okay. That is the real April Holloway. So they're basically talking about how NESTO is sitting right next to Ericka King on the Zoom. He cannot deny it. He's right there, clearly right there on the Zoom. Ms. King designated her name on the Zoom application as Attorney April Holloway, but at some point during the hearing, her name on the Zoom application inadvertently reverted to Ericka King. Judge Drake noticed the name change, and the following exchange occurred. Okay, y'all got to hear this. Y'all got to hear this. Judge Drake, is your name April Holloway? Why does it say Ericka King? Judge, that is my paralegal's name. I can go in and rename it. So it's, well, when it's coming back on, it renamed it. So I jumped right into the hearing. I didn't have time to change my name. Okay, well, this is a recording hearing. So at some point, please rename yourself your name. Several minutes later, presumably because Judge Drake had become suspicious of Miss King. Miss Holloway, can you confirm your bar number? Yes. My bar number? Can I send that in the chat, please? Your bar number is a secret. I said, can I send it in the chat, please? Because Miss Delaney, we've had issues with her. Okay, but I mean, my understanding is that it's a matter of, I've dealt with a lot of harassment. You can put your bar number in the chat, but I mean, your bar number is on your entry of appearance, which is filed into the case. A bar number is not a secret. It's a matter of public record, and ultimately, I'm not entirely sure why it's such a secret. I mean, my bar number is 476-555. Now, why do you think Judge Ashley Drake said that? She said that because everyone knows, not everyone, every lawyer that has passed the bar, that is licensed to practice law, knows their bar number. That's like someone saying, can you tell me your date of birth? And you say, well, can I put it in the chat? She knew that Ericka King wanting to put it in the chat was not about her wanting to keep it a secret, because it's not a secret. Judge Drake deals with lawyers all the time. I'm sure it's not the first time she's asked someone to restate their bar number. She knew that something was up and that Ericka King probably didn't know her bar number because she's not a real lawyer. So Miss King says, so I will send it over to you. Let me explain to you that my firm is a family law firm. We represent high-profile individuals. Mr. Ernesto is married to a high-profile celebrity, and we've had tons of issues with Miss Delaney in reference to the case. I understand that, but okay. And so I told you can send your bar number through the chat if that's absolutely necessary, but it's not like it's a secret bar number that you're sending. Ericka King says, it's my right to protect myself again because this woman has a lengthy, Miss Holloway, send your bar number through the chat. She has a lengthy criminal history. Send your bar number through the chat. Yes, ma'am. I'll do so right away, Your Honor. Miss Holloway, I haven't received a chat. Yes, yeah, I'm sending it. My client was talking to me at the same time, so I have a fiduciary responsibility to communicate and propagate conversion to my client, as well as to the courts. Your Honor, give me a moment, please. She was stalling because she was probably trying to look up somebody else's bar number because she probably didn't even know how many numbers go in a bar number. Or she was probably trying to look and see what bar number she put on the document that was filed for them to come to court. Oh my goodness. Let me check in with the chat. All right. Let me check in with the chat. Yeah, Ericka had a great lawyer. Yes, she did. She had a great lawyer. She did. Pig Cantan, what's going on in the building? Yes. Ericka had everyone fooled. She sure did. Sonia Durham Waller and Sylvia Parks biatches take several damn seats. JB said, never seen anybody throw bricks at the jailhouse like these fools. Listen, they were throwing spaghetti up on the ceiling to see what stuck. Okay. And that's what Sean Hoover is doing with his defense. Okay. He's trying to find something that will stick. Okay. Those yellow glasses looks like the pair that Shirley wore to the divorce proceedings. JB, you got some good eyes, bruh. You got some good eyes, King. Listen, King said, check out them glasses in the back. Matter of fact, let me bring up the picture. I have it. I have Shirley's picture. Let me bring it up. JB, that was a good one. That was a good one. You see why interaction in the chat is so important, because y'all see things that I don't always see. All right. Let me bring up Shirley Scarberry's pictures. All right. That's funny. That is too funny. Hold on. All right, let me pull him on in here. All right, I'm gonna put. We've seen enough of April Holloway. Y'all see what she looked like, because I'm about to go away. We don't need to see Detective Fields no more. Okay, so here's Shirley at, well, this was one of the hearings. This was just one. She's wearing a different set of glasses, but I think I know what glasses you're referring to. Hold on. Oh my goodness. But it's the look on Shirley's face for me. It's just the look on her face. Like, finally, redemption or retribution, if whatever the proper word is. Okay, so here she is. There's Curly. She was like, yes, Lord. That's a yes, Lord face right there. Okay. That's a yes, Lord. She got that divorce granted and she was like, yes, Lord, with a T. All right. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. So Exhibit X, screen captures of the hearing, which we looked at. Ms. Delaney's warrants application was ultimately denied, but only after the defendant and his accomplice committed a fraud against Ms. Delaney, the Sandy Springs Police Department, and the Fulton County Magistrate Court. And then they list the number for the final disposition. All right. So moreover, the state employed every possible resource to locate potential victims of Ernest Williams during the DA office's pre-indictment investigation of the case. In addition to the general publicity and public calls for victims to come forward by both Roswell Police and the DA's office, the state utilized public records, including Fulton County's Odyssey system, to locate other criminal and civil cases brought against NESTO. Multiple victims were located in this matter: Drusilla Scott, Jasmine Collins, Mario Alvarado, Crystal Waters, Melvin Stokes, Juan Smith. And then they go into the various complaints, which we are not going to go through today. I can do that on another day because we have looked at these complaints before. We will be here all night and I'm hungry. But they have the exhibit. So they have the complaint from Drusilla Scott, from Jasmine Collins, from all these people. So I'm going to do we're not going to end yet, but I'm going to do a follow-up to this, and I will read through those additional warrant applications and the various complaints. In addition to these, Ms. Delaney's case against NESTO appears when searching for the defendant's name or his aliases in the Odyssey system. And Ms. Delaney would have inevitably been discovered as a victim in this manner. All right. And they have like the screenshot from the system, which we'll cover next go round. So basically what he's saying is that they would have found this information anyway, even if they had not searched the truck. So they're basically putting all types of holes in Sean Hoover's argument. And I don't know how you come back from that. What do you come up with against that? Right? He's going to have to like do some soul searching. As set forth, nothing related to Ms. Delaney is subject to suppression. All evidence related to her was either known or reported after the seizure. Okay. So now about the Pine Grove Road search warrant. The defendant, NESTO, appears to assert that all evidence found during the lawful search of 990 Pine Grove Road residence should be suppressed if the court determines that the F-350 was unlawfully seized. NESTO's motion fails to articulate in writing specific facts connecting the 990 Pine Grove Road search to the search of the Ford F-350 as required by the Georgia statute. Instead, he merely lists the items seized during the search. In any case, the defendant's challenge to the 990 Pine Grove Road search fails for two reasons. First, the defendant lacks standing to challenge that search because he did not reside there, and because 990 Pine Grove Road was procured by fraud. Second, even if he did have standing, the issuance of the 990 Pine Grove Road search warrant did not depend on any evidence from the truck. To claim protections guaranteed by the Fourth Amendment, a defendant must demonstrate first that he exhibited an actual subjective expectation of privacy in the thing or place searched, and second, that the expectation is one that society is prepared to recognize. Point blank, period. NESTO knew he was a criminal. He knew it was only a matter of time before he was going to get caught. I'm just trying to summarize all this. And so he should have expected that he would be caught and that his vehicle was searched, meaning that he did not have any reasonable expectation of privacy. Where a defendant cannot establish both a subjective expectation of privacy and a legitimate objective expectation of privacy, his own Fourth Amendment rights are not infringed, and he has no standing to contest legality of a search. Boom, there you have it, done and done. So, Sonia, what you got now? What other dumb ideas you gonna come up with? Because I believe it was her. Fourth Amendment rights are personal rights that may not be asserted vicariously. And a defendant challenging a search or seizure as unreasonable must establish a proprietary interest in or legitimate expectation of privacy regarding the place search or evidence seized. Okay, and then they go into some more stuff that we talked about before regarding the California versus Serralo and so forth. So he basically, Wooten is making his argument. He's making his argument. Now, he says numerous federal cases are in accord. No expectation of privacy in stolen laptop computer. No expectation of privacy in hotel room booked under a false name with stolen credit card information. He's citing all these cases. No expectation of privacy in vehicle obtained fraudulently with loan in arrears. No expectation of privacy in apartment rented under false name, forged driver's license, or forged tax return documents. Expectation of privacy abandoned the moment defendants attempted to perpetrate a fraud by booking a hotel room under a false name with a stolen credit card, as an example. Here, the defendant's lack of standing is twofold. 990 Pine Grove Road was never leased to the defendant, and he has never established even a subjective expectation of privacy in that residence. That's where Ericka King lived. The only tenants listed on the 990 Pine Grove Road lease were James Relaford and Candy Relaford. So he messed up because that wasn't his place. So he can't expect, he can't have a reasonable expectation of privacy. It wasn't his property, right? And it was obtained by fraud and illegal means, right? So the fact that they had all the evidence in her house, well, that's their dumbass fault. The lease expressly prohibited subletting. The lease did not include the defendant as a person authorized to occupy the premises. Excuse me. Hold on one second. They call me Mo. I think you're right. She said they're trying to hide their face. I think you're right. I think you sure is right. The lease expressly prohibited subletting. The lease did not include the defendant as a person authorized to occupy the premises. The lease specified that the premises shall be for residential purposes only, not business purposes, and shall be occupied only by those persons listed in the agreement. They said Exhibit GG. That's the lease. I think we're going to go be nosy and take a look. I think that's what we're going to do. Second, even if the defendant had a subjective expectation of privacy in 990 Pine Grove Road, that expectation was subjectively unreasonable because the residence was procured by fraud. You know what I want to see? I want to see the lease for 980 Pine Grove Road. We're going to take look at this lease in a second, but let's keep reading. The 990 Pine Grove Road lease, where Ericka King was living right across from NESTO, purportedly brokered by real estate agent Tammy Strong, aka Miss King. But Tammy Strong was also a fraudulent identity assumed by Ericka King for the purpose of receiving a $1,000 commission on the deal, which in fact she received. Now, I explained that in a live that I did before, okay? She comes to the owner and says, hey, listen, I know a reputable couple that's interested in leasing this home. They're business people, they're good people. And if they do, in fact, lease the place, then, you'll pay me $100 finder's fee. Okay. That is a real thing. The problem is, how do you get a finder's fee for your own lease? While Miss King paid the first 2 months of rent at 990 Pine Grove Road, rent had not been paid in several months. And there was $1,300 13,500 in arrears at the time of the search. And then the search warrant is SW030257 if you guys want to go look that up. On April 6, 2022, Ms. King was provided a check in the amount of $44.50. I'm sorry, Ms. King provided a check in the amount of $44.50 to the 990 Pine Grove Road landlord. The check was returned for insufficient funds. The account holder on the check was listed as Candy Relaford. The bank name was listed as Urban Trust Bank, and the account number was listed as such. Notably, as discussed in section 7 below, on the same date of April 6, 2022, another check was sent to Seasons Comforts Heating and Air for work done at 980 Pine Grove Road, rented by NESTO, using the same bank name, Urban Trust Bank, and the same account number. That check was also returned for insufficient funds. Had the account holder listed as Black Heritage Radio Trust Association and was signed by NESTO. On June 3rd, 2022, more than a month before the 990 Pine Grove Road search, a dispossessory affidavit was filed. So Ericka King was evicted on 990 Pine Grove Road to initiate eviction proceedings. And Exhibit 11, Exhibit II, is the dispossessory affidavit. The affidavit and summons were served on Ms. King under Candy Relaford alias on July 8, 2022. The same day, the 990 Pine Grove Road search warrant was executed, Exhibit JJ. Based on the above, NESTO had no reasonable expectation of privacy in the 990 Pine Grove Road because he was not on the lease. He had no authority to reside there. And even if he did reside there, any expectation of privacy was abandoned because, again, the house was obtained by fraud. So they said he has no standing, no standing at all. Even assuming for the sake of argument that NESTO has a standing to challenge the 990 Pine Grove Road search and that information in the search warrant affidavit had been obtained unlawfully, the search was lawful. When determining the validity of a search warrant issued pursuant to an affidavit that contains both lawfully and unlawfully obtained evidence, a trial court must first determine whether, after exercising information regarding unlawfully obtained evidence from the warrant affidavit, the remaining evidence is sufficient to support a finding of probable cause, and he cites a case. Okay. I'm just going to scroll down for a second. Okay, here we go. They're talking about what he had at the other property. So the affidavit contains 22 numbered paragraphs. Of those, only one half of paragraph 18 and the whole paragraphs of 19, 20, and 21 contain information related to the seizure and search of the Ford F-350. The only fact contained in any of those paragraphs arguably related to 990 Pine Grove Road is that the police located paperwork related to a 2014 Bentley Mulsanne that had been seen parked at the neighboring house residence, 980 Pine Grove Road. Based on the affidavit alone, it is clear after exercising half of paragraph 8 and the whole paragraphs of 19 through 21, the 990 PGR search warrants remain supported by probable cause. Okay. Now, I'm hoping that they have a copy of NESTO's lease, because more than trying to find these pictures that we now have of Ericka King getting caught pretending to be a lawyer, I want to see that lease. The defendant appears to assert that all evidence found during a lawful search of 980 Pine Grove Road should be suppressed in court, if the court determines that the Ford F-350 was unlawfully seized. NESTO's motion fails to articulate in writing specific facts connecting the 980 Pine Grove Road search to the search of the Ford F-350. Instead, he merely lists items seized during the search. In any case, just like as his challenge to 990 PGR, the defendant's challenge to 980 PGR search fails for two reasons. First, the defendant lacks standing because the residence was procured by fraud. Second, even if he did have standing, the issuance of the 980 PGR search warrant did not depend on evidence found from the truck. Okay, so that's ultimately what they're saying. Then they talk about the Fourth Amendment again. He goes into that. They talk about, okay, so first the lease came out when, Hold on one second. Let me just back up a little bit. Back up. Georgia courts have rejected the proposition that society is prepared to recognize any legitimate expectation of privacy and property that is stolen or procured by fraud. Basically, if you steal something, you don't have a right to privacy. Not when it comes to the thing that you stole, right? I can't steal She-Ho's car and then tell you, no, you can't search this. As such, even if the defendant had a subjective expectation of privacy in 980 PGR, that expectation was objectively unreasonable because the residence, again, was procured by fraud. As a starting point, the lease itself was fraudulent. First, the lease came about when NESTO's accomplice, Ericka King, contacted Mark Kroll using the fraudulent identity Candy Relaford. Okay. Now, it says the lease itself purported to have been arranged between Mr. Kroll and an entity called Black Heritage Radio, see Exhibit LL, 980 Pine Grove Road lease. Subsequent investigation revealed that Black Heritage Radio Trust, Inc. was a fraudulent business. Documents reviewed by police show that the defendant, NESTO, and Ericka King provided false documents to Mr. Kroll to procure the lease, including tax documents, I lost my spot, with different business entity names. Other false documents were provided to Mr. Kroll, including one indicating Black Heritage Radio Trust, Inc. was associated with an address in Wellington, Florida, but open records revealed no legitimate connection to that address. Another document listed an EIN number that was supposedly associated with Black Heritage Radio Trust, Inc., but the investigation revealed that the EIN was provided was false. Moreover, several of the trust formation documents provided had been prepared by the fake law firm Goldberg Sutton LLP, the same law firm name fraudulently used by Ericka King and NESTO described in Section 5. Finally, the lease itself was notarized using a stolen identity and forged notary stamp. So they notarized the lease at 980 Pine Grove Road with a forged notary stamp. The lease purports to have been notarized by Amanda Johnson, who received her notary commission in Cherokee County, Georgia. Only one notary named Amanda Johnson was commissioned in Cherokee at the time the lease was signed. They contacted her and she confirmed she did not notarize a lease for 980 Pine Grove Road and that the notary stamp on the lease did not match her actual notary stamp. And they got the receipts. We're going to look at it. Moreover, rent had not been paid in several months. I'm skipping over a few things. There were several checks that were returned. Mr. Kroll provided an invoice to NESTO for a total of $32,980 for unpaid rent and fees for the period from March 15, 2022 through June 15, 2022. This was right before he was arrested. So once again, he was not paying rent. Mr. Kroll filed a dispossessory affidavit of 980 Pine Grove Road to initiate eviction proceedings. And then the dispossessory is going to be down below. So 2 days later, NESTO and Ericka King decide that they're going to write a fraudulent cease and desist letter to Mr. and Mrs. Kroll on Goldberg Sutton LLP letterhead using the stolen identity of Eileen Nicole Mormon, an Atlanta criminal defense attorney. Wow, these people are stupid. The letter threatened litigation and confirmed that the defendant had received notice of eviction proceedings initiated against him. Based on the above, the defendant had no reasonable expectation of privacy in the 980 Pine Grove Road. Okay. Okay, let's just keep going. So, all right, I'm not going to, okay, I'll mention this one last time because we've talked about this a few times, the items that were seized from his truck. Okay, so here's all what was seized. A Wells Fargo letter dated April 15th related to 2115 Bent Creek Manor, where he and Shirley were living. An affidavit of garnishment related to 2155 Bent Creek Manor. Well, he didn't have a job, so the only one getting garnished was Shirley. A paper with Melody Scretchen's credit card number on it. Hotel room invoices, with the exception of a Hilton's Hotel and Resorts hotel folio number, silver and black GTAC computer, a black iPhone that was found in the black bag, a gold iPhone, a 32-disc USB drive, vehicle keys, storage keys, 2 black dildos, a black mask with zips, and liquid Viagra. The remaining items are not subject to suppression. The invoice from the sale of the Mercedes-Benz G550 vehicle was provided by the state by Ms. Bickham, independent of the search. So they're like, listen, if you want to suppress these items, so be it. But here's what you're not going to suppress. Wade Ford invoice. The Hilton Hotels and Resorts hotel folio provided to the state by Sonia Durham. Oh, how is she have an invoice of a hotel unless she was in Sonia? Baby, listen, Side Hen was up in the hotel with NESTO. So when she said, no, I wasn't with you on July 4th. I was in Florida riding my bike. You said you was at a hotel. And he was like, why would you say that on a recorded line? Do y'all remember that? Hold on. Somebody activated my alarm system. That's my dogs. And it better not be Henry County Animal Control coming this late at night because I don't answer my door after dark. Okay. There was a call where Nesto is talking about how Shirley was right. You know, Shirley Strawberry went on Steve Harvey Morning Show and was crying her eyes out and apologizing for, you know, talking smack behind his back and apologizing for lying to everybody about, you know, what was going on with her husband. Anyway, so she talks about the storm. She says, yeah, on July 4th, there was a really bad storm. We couldn't even see the fireworks and the storm was coming. It was coming. And Nesto says, you know, oh girl, right about one thing. No, that was a bad storm. Remember that storm was bad. And she, no. I was in Florida riding my bike on the beach. And you said you was at a hotel. Nesto says, why would you say that on a recorded line? Now y'all can scroll through my videos, go back, and you're gonna have to go back all the way towards the bottom. I have a video that's titled, why would you say that on a recorded line? And then y'all can listen to it. Now, I thought that he was upset that she said that because that was going to indicate to Shirley that he was cheating. I did not know at the time that they were already separated. He did not want her to say that because he did not want anyone to know that they were in a hotel because more than likely they booked that hotel on a fraudulent card. Allegedly. It's all alleged. Just Me says Sonia is the downfall of this whole situation. Listen, when this trial hits and we really start seeing where things are going, I'm gonna have to do a little docu-story, something titled the downfall of Nesto. Okay, the fall of Nesto, because baby, all of this. And I can't even say it was the women that did him in. I can't say it was Sonia that did him in. I can't, because she's just stupid. I can't say that it was Ericka King that did him in, okay? Because she was just desperate. And she got a high off of the high life, you know, getting away with what they were doing. It was a high. It was like a drug, you know? I can only blame one person. And that person is Nesto. This is his fault. Okay, all of this that's happening to him is a result of his own actions and nobody else. Yes, the sweetheart swindler, baby. Okay, I want to get down to some of these receipts before we wrap up. How long we been on here? Oh wow, we've been on here almost 4 hours. All right. So Sonia Durham provided the hotel receipt. And they have the exhibit. So you know what? Let's pause right here. And oh, you know what? We're done. This is it. And then we're gonna go look at the evidence. So let me just read the rest of this real quick because we're pretty much done. Okay. This is funny. The remaining items are not subject to suppression. The invoice from the sale of the Mercedes-Benz G550 vehicle was provided to the state by Ms. Bickham, independent of the search of the truck. The Hilton Hotels and Resorts hotel folio, that's basically like your receipt, they call it a folio, was provided to the state by Sonia Durham, independent of the search of the truck. The notice for payment from Palmer Dodge was provided to police by Palmer Dodge, independent of the search of the truck. Palmer Dodge documents, the receipt from Precinct 1 Auto Sales, copy of the check from Wade Ford and Atlanta Fine Cars contract had not been obtained independent of the search of the Ford F-350, but readily could be, and the state will request that the court allow it the opportunity to do so if the court is so inclined to suppress those items. Finally, the black iPhone found on the defendant's person, as well as vehicle keys and other items found on his person, are not subject to suppression because they were located during a lawful search of the defendant's person, incident to arrest, and were not from the search of the F-350. Say it with me. In conclusion, the defendant includes 3 additional categories that the state struggles to understand in the context of a motion to suppress. The first category is labeled summary of payments and appears to be a list of certain payments made by and to unspecified individuals of certain dates. It is unclear if this list refers to evidence seized from the F-350 and the state cannot meaningfully respond. The second category includes a list of arrest warrants, specifically warrant numbers EW0408976 through EW0408979, Exhibit WW. The state is unfamiliar with any mechanism by which arrest warrants were themselves, The state is unfamiliar with any mechanism by which arrest warrants are somehow subject to the exclusionary rule. And the defendant cites to no support. If it is the defendant's position that the arrest warrants be dismissed, that argument is rendered moot, a non-factor, by the fact that the arrest warrants were served long ago, bound over to the Fulton County Superior Court, and are no longer active. Order of commitment. Moreover, the warrants were dismissed and superseded by a grand jury warrant when this case was indicted. DA declined to prosecute. Grand jury warrant. The final category is labeled as associated acts and counts. It is unclear whether this list is simply a reference of how certain pieces of evidence tied to charges listed in the indictment, or whether instead NESTO is seeking dismissal of those acts and counts of the indictment. Without more information, the state cannot meaningfully respond. Okay. For the reasons set forth above, if the court determines that the Ford F-350 was illegally seized, only the items listed in Section 8 should be suppressed. Respectfully submitted. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to switch back to our evidence here, and we're gonna take a look. See. Okay. So we looked at this. This was the warrant. I'm gonna move past this. This is about Delaney, Regina Delaney. Okay, what is this? Let's take a look. Why not, right? We're here. Let's take a look. Oh, so they did the same search I did. Crystal Waters versus Ernest Williams. I actually have screenshots of this. When I went down to the court and they were kind enough to open up one of their computers for me and show me where everything was, I looked at everything. I have screenshots of all of this. I didn't know who these people were, but that is so funny. And I have a piece of paper with all these case numbers written down. Oh, that's funny. And thanks to the gentleman who was kind enough to help me on the computers. So these are all the names. These are all the names of other victims that have brought cases against him. Okay. Exhibit AA, because it's so much. Drusilla Scott, the defendant borrowed $3,700, interest accrued after 30 days. Okay. So apparently he owed her money. Exhibit BB. This is Jasmine Collins. Okay. This is a memo of understanding and agreement between her and Ernest Williams. And I do not believe for a second that is Ernest Williams' signature, because whoever wrote Jasmine Collins is the same person that wrote Ernest Williams. It's the same handwriting. Look at the N. It's identical. Look at the L's. They are identical. So, okay. Let me. This is kind of big. Let me make this smaller. So, Nesto agreed to pay restitution in the amount of 15 grand. Payments will be 5,000 a month for 3 months. Okay. And apparently he defaulted. I'm not going to go through all this. This is basically receipts from all the people that, he stole money from or stole property from. Okay. It goes on and on and on. So I'm gonna scroll through this. I'm probably gonna do another live where we'll go through some of this in a little bit more detail. There's Regina Delaney. All right. There she is. And there's Judge Ashley. Here we go. Here is the lease for 990 Pine Grove Road. So you see, for in consideration of $10 and other good and valuable consideration, the receipt of sufficiency of which is hereby acknowledged and undersigned, the landlords, okay? And then tenants James and Candy Relaford, all right? 980 Pine Grove Road. The rent was $4,200 a month, okay? It wasn't $10,000 a month. It was $4,200 a month. Nesto's name is not on here nowhere. Not nowhere, okay? Appliances are provided by the landlord: dishwasher, disposal, microwave, oven, electric, a electric range built in, a vent hood. The tenant would take care of the lawn and the maintenance. This is what happens when you rent a house, right? The landlord is not going to do everything. You got to keep up the property. You live in there. Pest control, which the tenant would have to pay for. Okay. The landlord agreed that the property had not flooded at least 3 times in the past 5 years. There's no lead paint. And it should automatically renew every 12 months. Okay. It's just a typical lease. It's not a whole lot special here. And you got all the signatures, JR and CR. Okay, so they signed everywhere. James Relaford, Candy Relaford. All right. And this was DocuSign, so you can see the signatures identical in terms of the type of writing because it was done by a computer. See Tammy Strong? Okay. Ericka King pretended to be Tammy Strong. Okay, this is the search warrant for 990 Pine Grove Road. This is where Nesto was living. Okay, they said a Dodge Charger, another 2009 Dodge Charger registered to James Relaford was there. It was just a bunch of weird stuff. So I'm going to cover this in another live. I'll go over everything that they found. But if you guys are looking on the screen, they found firearm, ammunition, machine guns, documents. They found a whole bunch of stuff. Okay. I'm going to go over that another time because I don't want to go over 4 hours. It's crazy. Somebody's going to have to take a very long road trip and then you listen to all this. And the babies are over here knocking my arm, which means they're like, Mom, you've been out here long enough. Bless you. So here's the dispossessory. Okay. Allie, stop it. Here's the dispossessory of them being kicked out, evicted. Okay. Candy Relaford. It's all over here. Here's the search warrant for 980 Pine Grove Road, and we'll go over what was found from there. We'll do that in another live. Some of this we kind of read and talked about already. Well, I'm going to actually read all this, and we'll probably do this tomorrow. Okay, so Georgia Standard Lease. The parties listed a landlord as Mark Kroll, tenants as Black Heritage Radio as the tenant. Here we go. Here we go. Wow. Oh, okay. So you know what I'm going to do? Let me, hold hold on a second. Let me just put something up here because they have the kids. They have her kids' names listed. I can't show that, guys. I'm sorry, but I can read it to you. Landlord and tenant are each referred to herein as a party and collectively as the parties. Okay. This is a fixed lease. The tenant shall be allowed to occupy the premises starting on March 15th, 2022 and end on March 15th, 2027. So this was a 5-year lease. I guess he intended to be there quite some time. And the crazy thing is, Shirley Strawberry separated from NESTO around March of 2022, they said. So it's very interesting. They got separated, and then he goes and gets this house, rents this house. But who does he list as occupants? Ernesto Williams. Well, they got the names wrong. Somebody put Shirley Sheridan Strawberry. Okay. And then they put Sheridan blank Strawberry because I believe that name. Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay. So I thought this was the name of the kids. So this I'm going to read you literally the names on this lease. Ernest Williams, Shirley Sheridan Strawberry, and Sheridan Jewel Strawberry. Shirley's middle name is not Sheridan. Okay. Then they list 2 minor kids and they have their ages. They're both under the age of 13. It's a house, right? Residential dwelling to be furnished with the following items: a conference table, 10 chairs, a side cabinet, a grand piano, a coffee table, 2 bar chairs, and 2 reclining chairs. Appliances. The landlord shall provide the following appliances: a dishwasher, disposal, full-size refrigerator, gas cooktop, built-in microwave oven, vent hood, and a small-size refrigerator. Okay. The rent would start out the first 2 years, $6,500. Year 3, $6,662.50. Year 4, it will go up to $66,829. And by year 5, the rent will be $7,000 a month. The rent shall be due on the 15th of every month, paid under the following instructions, and then they list the information. So I'm glad I didn't show this because they actually list the landlord's bank and his routing number and his account number. They didn't cover any of this up. So if you guys, those of you who are content creators like me, and you want to go find this document, please be mindful. Do not show the lease, okay? Unless you've blacked out this sensitive information. There's a lot of sensitive information on this lease, okay? Because those landlords may still have this account. All right. There will be a $30 fee per incident for non-sufficient funds, and late fees are $150. Okay. First month's rent was due upon the execution of the agreement. They were to prepay $6,500 for the term starting on March 15, 2022 and ending March 15, 2027. Let me see what the date on this is. So on March 14th, okay, remember, this is 2022. This is the same month that he separated from Shirley, okay? So he's telling Sonia that he ain't never had this apartment. I know Sonia tried to get this lease, and I don't think she was able to get it. I tried. And I had a lot of information, and I tried, and it was sealed. So I couldn't get it. But here it is. We have it. We have the lease, finally. So now what you got to say? Nesto's been lying to Sonia, to everybody. Shirley, Sonia, all his wives, all these victims. But we know Sonia. She's going to take up for him regardless. So let's look at the other stipulations in this lease. Because remember, the landlord entered their apartment, and that's how he saw that there was no furniture or something is not right. There was no security deposit required. Okay, you know this is Georgia because in New York, you got to pay first month's rent, last month's rent, and a security deposit in the equivalent of 1 month's rent. Okay, so they would have been paying $6,500 times 3 to move into this place if this was New York. All right, so move-in inspection. Before, at the time of the tenant accepting possession or shortly thereafter, the landlord or tenant agreed to inspect the premises and write any present damages or needed repairs on the move-in checklist. Parking shall provide parking spaces to the tenant for a fee of $0. Well, see, that's where you messed up, Mr. Landlord, because all them cars he had, you should have been charging him. You should have been charging him $500 a month per car. Anyway, so no fee for parking. All right, there's no fee, and the parking spaces, as what's listed, there was a 3-car garage at this house. If the premises is sold, the tenant is to be notified of the new owner. And if there is a new manager, their contact details for repairs and maintenance shall be forwarded. If the premises is conveyed to another party, the new owner does not have the right to terminate this agreement. Early termination. The tenant shall have the right to terminate this agreement at any time by providing at least 60 days written notice to the landlord, along with an early termination fee, 2 months rent fee. So it will cost them $13,000 to break their lease. The landlord shall provide the following utilities: landscape maintenance, pool maintenance, and termite protection. So were those the bugs that Shirley was claiming that there was bugs, termites? Anyway, smoking policy. Smoking is prohibited on the premises and in common areas. Okay. Smoking is prohibited on the premises and common areas. Okay, you cannot smoke there. Says the tenant shall not have the right to have pets on the premises or in the common areas. So no smoking, no pets. The tenant shall have the right to use a waterbed on the premises. The landlord does have a manager on the premises that can be contacted for any maintenance or repair, and then that person's name is listed. And that might have been who I was trying to reach to get a copy of this doggone lease. All right. Access. Upon the beginning of the proration period or the start of the lease term, whichever is earlier, the landlord agrees to give access to the tenant in the form of keys, fobs, cards, and any other types of keyless security entry as needed to enter the common areas and the premises. Duplicate copies of the access provided may only be authorized under the consent of the landlord. And if any replacements are needed, the landlord may provide them for a fee. At the end of this agreement, all access provided to the tenant shall be returned to the landlord, or a fee will be charged if the tenant will be subtracted from, or to the tenant, or the fee will be subtracted from the security deposit. All right, so subletting, not allowed, okay? Tenant shall not be able to sublet on the premises without written consent from the landlord. Okay, so we cannot. Right of entry. This is what I was getting to. I'm skipping over some stuff. The landlord shall have the right to enter the premises during normal working hours by providing at least 24 hours notice in order for inspection, make necessary repairs, alterations and improvements, to supply services as agreed, and for any reasonable purpose. The landlord may exhibit the premises to prospective purchasers, mortgagees, or leasees upon reasonable notice. So the landlord would have had to have notified NESTO before he entered that property. He had to have let them know 24 hours in advance, hey, I'm just coming to inspect some stuff. NESTO is so busy committing crimes, it didn't even dawn on him that it was going to look weird that you got kids listed and no furniture, because at this point, his Mercedes Mulsanne is being repossessed. Okay, he owes all these people money. Okay, his wife done separated from him. Sonia by this point is getting on his last nerve. Okay, well, her crazy foolishness and her talking about businesses that she don't even have. All right. Multiple tenant or occupants. Each individual is considered a tenant and is jointly an individual liable for all of this agreement's obligations, including but not limited to rent monies. If any tenant, guest, or occupant violates this agreement, the tenant is considered to have violated this agreement. Landlord requests and notices to the tenant and or occupants of legal age constitutes notice to the tenant. Notices and requests from the tenant or any one of the occupants include repair requests and entry permissions constitutes notice from the tenant. In eviction suits, the tenant is considered the agent of the premise for the service of process. Okay. And then they have just the basic landlord, lease stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna show you guys these signatures. This is oh my goodness. Thank you so much, JB. I appreciate you, King. Thank you. Yeah, this is a lot. This is a lot. I had totally planned to go live about something else. It is Black History Month, and with what's going on right now, there was some things that I wanted to talk about, and we will talk. We're just not going to talk about that tonight because this was a big deal. And like I said, I didn't get to come on live until an hour and 20 something minutes after I got the document. So like I said, not the first one to go live about this information. I say that because, people assume because you weren't the first that you are piggybacking. No, this information was sent to me. And I got on live as quickly as I could because, y'all know I'm a working woman, and I got to do things when I can do them. Hold on one second. So you see the signature? So there's Mark Kroll. Okay. This is supposedly Sheridan's signature. This is supposedly Shirley Strawberry. Shirley's middle name is not Sheridan. It's Ann. Shirley Ann Clark was her name. And then when she married Michael Strawberry, she became Shirley Strawberry, and she just kept the name. So this is not her signature. Not even close. Matter of fact, let me see if I still have Shirley's signature. Y'all hold up a second. See, I'm giving y'all the goods, okay? I'm definitely giving y'all the goods. Hold on one second. Let me I'm pretty sure that I do. Hold on a second. Let me just find it for y'all real quick. Okay, I think it's in screenshots. Let's see. I'm pretty sure that I do, and got a couple things to drop in members, but if I don't find it here, I got to give the people what they pay for. I will drop it in members. Hold on one second. Let me see. Let me just check real quick, because if I don't find it here, I know where I can get it. I can get it out of my Canva file. But those signatures, y'all just keep analyzing them signatures. They do not match whatsoever. That is not Shirley Strawberry's signature. Not in the lease. All right, I'm gonna get it from Canva because my I have so many files on my computer that they're taking a long time to show me what the file actually is. So hold on one second. One second. I'm trying to find it for y'all before we wrap it up. And again, I thank you guys for the support, for being over. I know some of y'all ping-ponging between channels, and that's fine. But I definitely thank y'all. And I appreciate y'all hanging out with your girl. Okay. Nope. That's not it. Hold on. I thought I had it. Meaning I thought I found it, I should say. I do have it, but I thought I had just found it. Where is this lady's book? Okay, I found it. Give me one second. Let me just upload it into bless you. Okay. Let me bring it up on the screen. Okay. So here is Shirley Strawberry's real signature. Okay. I don't know how many of you know that she wrote a book. Okay. And so I'm going to show you the signature from a book signing she did. Okay. All right. Here's the book. Okay. I have the book. I read the book. I love Shirley Strawberry, but no offense, the book is trash. Don't even waste your money. Okay. The book is not, it's not good. And I read a lot of books. It's not good. But here's her signature. Okay. Thank you and much love. Okay. So she was writing this to Rhonda. Okay. I am not Rhonda. Rhonda is not my legal name. I have a relative named Rhonda, but that's not me. Okay. This is not my book. Okay. My book came from a public library because apparently that's where her book ended up. And when I ordered the book, the library sold it to me. Okay, so you see her signature here? That looks nothing like that. Hold on. Let me let's make it a little bigger. Okay. Tenant signature. The first tenant listed. Okay. Let's go and look at Shirley's signature again. Not even close. Okay. That is not her signature. And you can Google Shirley Strawberry's signature and these pictures will come up, or her book. And that's why they called Shirley and Sheridan down to the police station, because they suspected that this was fraudulent and they wanted to know, had she signed these papers? Because they wanted to know, was she in on it? Did she know this was going on? Right? And it looks like the same person signed all of these names. And then here's the fake notary. Amanda Johnson. Notary expires January 13th, 2025. This is fake. It looks real, don't it? It's fake. So Mark Kroll, it looks like, signed this document with a notary by the name of Shannon Gartman from Fulton County. And then Ericka King, with her line behind, stamps it under Amanda Johnson's fake notary stamp for NESTO to sign everybody's doggone name. Like, did you really not think that we will figure out that it's the same handwriting? Dude, stupid criminals. Okay? I think all criminals are stupid, actually. Amanda Johnson said, nope, the notary is fraudulent. I'm gonna send you a copy of my actual seal, and that ain't it. Okay? So here's the real seal. Okay? That's the real seal. Let's look at the fake seal. Y'all see the real seal? Let's look at the fake one. Because it's close. It's close. Real? You know what I'm going to do? Let me take a screenshot of this and put them side by side. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Then we're going to wrap up. Okay. And just allow me to quickly... We're going to put this side by side, baby. Side by side. All right. I would be so sick. Now I understand why Nesto's lawyers walked off his case. Okay? Because the man, how you lie to your lawyer? That's the one person that you should be honest with. Okay? That is the one person you should be honest with. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I thought I could put it side by side, but it didn't turn out that way. But anyway. Hold on. It's pretty close, though. It's pretty close. I will put a side-by-side up on the community wall just to make it easy for y'all to see. Okay. But there's the fake one and there's the real one. And it is so damn close. It really, really is close. Oh, my goodness. All right, y'all. So we're going to stop here. This evidence exhibits go from NN all the way to oh my God. Oh, look at Nesto's mugshot. Listen, we're gonna do another live, and we're gonna take a look at all of this. This was a lot. Now, the next live that we do, it's not gonna be 4 hours. It might be about 2, in all honesty, and I'll see if we can do this potentially tomorrow night. All right. I usually do my lives around 7, so we'll definitely do a part 2. I wonder if Sonia signed the document that stated Nesto would come reside with her, and he thanked her for letting him come live with her, and Shirley said she knew nothing about it. Yeah, we don't know And I don't know if that affidavit is embedded somewhere in any of these exhibits, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be raised. I'm pretty sure it's going to come out. Yeah. The date next to Shirley's name is 2022. He did, unfortunately, you know. And you got to remember, this man, oh, Shiho, I love you back. This man is not 27. Well, he's not 20. He's not 30 doing this. He's not 40 doing this. He's 60 years old. He was in his upper 50s because he's been in jail almost 3 years. So this is the third birthday that he spent in jail. And so he's a grown man. He's old enough to know better. He's old enough to know better. The date next to Nesto's name is 3872, and the name next to Shirley's name, or the year, the date is 2022. Yeah. Yep. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you to be the first to grab these documents and get them to the YouTube streets for our hearing. Oh, you are very, very welcome. And like I said, other people are going to be covering this story. You know, we all have our different spin. So feel free to jump around and, you know, catch this one's live or that one's live, because we all have our own different flair and different style and how we do things. So I like to read the documents so that you guys can understand and so that they're funny, right? Because let's just be real. Everybody can't read legal documents like this very well. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. How could Shirley allow herself to get suckered into this Nesto drama? Just me, she's asking the same thing. She is asking herself the same doggone thing. Nesto Shackle Shuffle Walk of Shame said, if Hoover is working in the best interest of his client, he will advise Nesto to plead guilty because of the recidivism. Absolutely. Will Wooten said that he is going after the maximum penalty on every charge because of Nesto's recidivism. Nesto has been doing crimes like this for 40 years. Enough is enough. All right. We tired. Enough is enough. Okay. So yes, I'm Sonia, Nesto's lead attorney. He's all up in Nesto's backside. Ericka appeared to be a smart lady. If only she used her talents for worthy affairs. Exactly. Okay. You guys hit the nail on the head. All right. We are at the 4 hour and 21 mark. This is Wisdom's Daughter with Bad Girls Talk. Thank you so much for joining the live today. If you didn't hit the like button on the way in, hit the like button on the way out. Those of you who are in the bushes, consider subscribing to the channel and become a member. All right. Because as things move on, as we get into this trial, a lot of stuff is going to be member only. All right. The membership, I think, is $4.99. All right. So you can become a member at any time. It doesn't just have to be during the podcast. All right. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for the love. Y'all have a good night, a safe evening. Be safe. Be at peace. Keep your eyes and your ears to these YouTube streets. And I will see you on the next one. Bye, everybody.